We're alright. Hope it didn't scare you too much. Sometimes I could scare people without trying. I'd be walking around, I have all my jinglies on, be making sounds and stuff, and then I sneak up on somebody and be like, ah, you scared me, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And they say it scared them, but surprised them, that's for sure. Let's see if that works. Camera might be a little crooked. Used to things in life being a little off though. Just what I'm used to. I forgot my guy. Right as rain, as they say. Alright, today we just jumping straight in. Shoot, shoot.
Lord, now we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know, and let the mighty one shall show a guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to wait the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arise and let the powers of Gwenville fight the blight, this be darkened night and our right. Zekia compasi, ana compasi, dingetia compasi, dingadana compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renosi Sekiowe was a Putura, Head Hirusha, Hensu Sirukai, Gorakutijeni was Moha, Pratsuki beset the tolls, I paid you two, deep sharpness and Asaraman. On Basharmatayas, Wakum Bashamanatayas, Varnunani, and Nunarn, Dum among Shing Strong, on Ishanain, Terias Wakum, on Ishanaya, and Trias, Vaha, He, Wo, Wawi, away, wo, away, wo, Engon Brabim, on Jitrashita Parnos, Wakum, Jitrashi, Atraji, Varanas, Vaha. Rudari, Krong King Kong, Hong Chong Ching Chong, on Hayabe Sharamataya Suwakum Hayaba Shamanatayas Vaha, Aha, Zaha, Rimon Hongi Kong, Onamakusano Madano, Namahas Mata Prashkaram Ham, Uhahi, Rodo, Galerula, Rimon Hongi Kong. Unang nai Maria Suwaka, unang yari and Mayas Vaha, Wawi away, Wawi away, he shrink on Kong Kong on Hiroka, Shibatai, Suwakum, Chutari, Chindugi Batis Vaha, Nunanin, Nunanin, half, Kring of Probably Prong. Un shari chibatai suwakum shishari barata yasvaha olo 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 Hungon cranking grung, una fascia no, so wako mana carti, buba bebo bo, bear, bear, bor, rongamen. Renosis the kill way was amputore, the head hirusha, and Zusirukai, Korikotishan, was ma, how to give a set of tolls, I paid the two deep shirkins and a saramen, Parashukushu Baru, Kilmaka Bolomamu, Alamo, Pogo Kena, Bolo, Grana, but they push out of Stanable, Starable, frequent Belulu, Mosnabo, Padoni, you get company Belulu, Golo, he got a Padishu, Gilo, Bolo, Gilma, Masha, Gozuluma, Babo, Maruka, Rage, Ziku, Gigma, Gampra, Namaru, Bakalamu, Zilkini, Kivilano, Saju Mashanana, Sarolim, Barmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Rona, Armangi, Jumudugo, Ratiki, Gulu, Sidur, Kinman, Kai, Zikor, Neniko, and Beru dedicated Gary Namtalaku Panuku Kutuku Kakumas Krisana Sakari Mashti Shadow Malaba Kadagu Lukadarma Ratakurabo Marutukora Curious Soroludu Barmaskin to two Dediku Game Lugarat Makia Panuku Natalugarat Makia Panropishu Sorolu Mona Banatatus Arema Shakarano Zulumor and Rambo Gil Balaina Taramaluk Dagotuku Mashmoshkis Urimash no Gursu Kurimashro Susera Pariku Babara Zukan Palu Kalapa Boraki Erkingu Barati Moadu Kakudamo Ninawam Gashti. We are also the locus whom is found perfect before the Nephilim of Kamiel Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also the triumphant, even also Novus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of Camille Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Natanamatabkameo. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious Assad over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the bettering of the symbol, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes us to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Barney too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinemic on Ket, who loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronovus will confirm. Lady All Set and Nabal Sod Api shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will, as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim linus kirila staxore pato marti kurli tortni ishli bilia o luar meshir ken meshari lusayans yemila harar pultum mukshirsha isa ya riega viesha jilega dupira alaka isa ya or riega di mutukurum kimang trila tili shami ina zumbria isa ina zumbria riega ina zumbria viesha ina zumbria zilika ina zumbria dupira ina zumbria plaka ina zumbria tatara ina zumbria tatexi Yena zumbriata karuba ina zumbriata nisa nish mashkapulu tamatunu nish inki belgi malilu tamatunu nish mashtuk mashmashalani lu tamatunu nish kishwar kamikunu lu tamatunu ina zumbria yuda prasama ya run ani barnani nini ba perik zaga baora agar bor bagar baez zaga baez baga baez ba perik beneni neni ba duneni ya korbor ya rin ba gora ya eki yak sakak eki ya sak duti eki ya soru eki ketulu ya Shrim Vajravarkani Hrim Pasvaha Shrim Aim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Pasvaha Nushubam giva su kisharki godash shero mariatic muru kalamas nikutin karne nam guriunan chanangu kariash shumur kutuzi yaran kapasiki yakambakalo parana tabara shak baragi kimbara lord bara masking bara utu para papara la tu bara la subara koru bara ruku bara kingolo bara litu bara utu soladi nazu la soladi nazu igim soladi nazu mula soladi nazu linge soladi nazu masking soladi nazu bara di nazu ziyana kapasiki kampa un sigar bari nangi shashuri shnu orma shasigar bari zigar shurbana yagsi sharma zagara hamsari indori sharki orku ag parna ku an ku Danom Dea Sarasavito Mandala and Maria Vardinariana Saji Siri Sana Sani Vista Kirvan Makulukuru Laban Kaditi Hari Haran Maya Vaputer Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Hamtra Yartamahom Primaravari Kanamahom Hom Suya Yartamahom Banabe Namahom Hom Kagari Kanamahom Rapusner Namaha Ram Heranga Barhariana Mahom Mari Kariana Mahom Mari Yartamaha Savit Namahom Homer Kariana Mahom Rabaskara Namaha Hrom Hrom Rasre Forsore Yana Yarlamaha Parosi Ayashas Namaskari and Yakovanta Dene Preshambalam Veriam Tesus Tasum Kaja Yarte on Kring Monkeros or Hong Kring Bong Shamasha Kashapia Kashapia Episha Mush Pishti Akimati or Kuroshula Limli Shulu Tuku Epita Shulu Kima Menar Tuinatiki to Shululi Mutu Manakulu Brugi Shunulini Shunumana Arnakulordini Tikili to Shunuli Mutu Manakulu Blui Shunulini Shumanakulordini Shunuliki Shumanakulu Tari Tarama Shaluti Shakashapti Sharushi Arpushi Shurpi Orkishu Puryushi Dingar Koko Shabakampabang Ibi Kerak Ibirka Shumani and Dudu Station Rani Oria Maraki Ishpariazi Yazi Dingar Yara Kampangan Moto Corson Coach Shaboro Maran Shatam to Ishpar bagi ber bagi arazi aga kamar nur no shariul ne kunushi shariul ga kunushi shariul ne kunushi shadu yuliksi kunushi shariul iter kunushi shariul ne kunushi shariul ne kunushi shariul kat kunushi shariul daniel kunulim kutina zumri alu tabrasama aga masaratu is masarati sharmushi li chururu shishali mutisi animal vani raputi shimai ara parabi Dina awati linda osi kunushi olani mushiti ya masarati is masarati udid pai it's masaratu aga masaratu ya masaratu yara voloni shamashkori ya masaratu zikia kampapa kolom manafki ya shatabara masaratu bara Vishnu Om Klim Snarver Namahom Sam Kumbarali Yatamatu Dumater Kubera Nebukoro Debron Privi Datu Bumi Devia Meton Dumuter Nukse Keru Mediakina Netep Satam Tati Nekep Tau Kusu Kore Te Kerte Sepsar Mercy Rio Tuksul Torata Taisar Hoami Sanari Yatnamaha Omiam and Dry Yatnamaha Gopsrop and Rom Tejo Sakto Naya Metan Gopsrop Nuksek Holtona Msek Kentakis Wexaka Kartek Anan Kapek Tag now Sarte Saruna Pek Marikola Kutulu Tata like Agnium Namanari Yartamaha Umami Amara Yartamaha Halapi Yarmo Masara Tutaraya Matan Happy no copy circus Saranam Sexarum Tesek Art Ek Ruike Air Te Ekortana Nectar Tamormatuianu Lialian Yariki Yari Raksasong Sam Raksasari Yatam Home Pambarunari Yatam Haim Set Paruna Umvaratu Saramaria Metanim said no Kim said Seki Sarina Nem Sexaruna Pike and Sepsano to Nico Betera Mautu Rotas of Ziding and Anakamasing Erkia Kabasapeo Biomiam Bior Bernam Morsi Morkala Morulu Mormatu Ziding and Anakamasing Erkia Kampao to Sutra Tata Klu Tala Aka as I do Titakala Yarnuya Leriarki Sampeo Prim Bramarnet Namar Rambu Mahar my Saratu of Lucas Saraya Meranka Branu Pakabram Cabra 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 Capru Cabra Capru Nebem Cabra Shakapram Pramra Morulu Asakti Takala National Nebuma Jojo Tati Sarma Soti Omuket sectors to Nebra Rutet Mesu with Fur Prim Hom so the Yartamaho, Prim Stream Shandra Yartamaho, Main Prim Stream Mangala Yartamaho, Main Stream Bambur Yartamaha, Prim Brambras Pate Yartamaho, Prim Stream Shukurai Namaha, Prim Stream Shamchana Yartamaho, Main Prim Robert Namaho, Main Prim Ketubert Nama, Chapkushum Samkar Shamkasha Payamaha Dair Kim Tamarim Sarpapa Bagnan Pranotus in Diva Karam Dadi Shankar to Sharbam Kishore or Nova, Samabam Namami Shasharnam Somam Shamboram Ukuta Pusharnam Daran and Karbasam Butam Vilu Sama Prabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranamamiam Priyankura Ikashar Mamro Pernam Pratima Buram Somya Kurumbetam Tamburam Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shernam Chakuranam Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Telukisham Tam Namami Brias Patimi Mankutam Reina Lavante Yanam Paramam Kurum Sotra Sotra Prabhaktaram Barakapam Pranamamiam Neon Janasam Bavasaram Radvi Putam Mankuracham Shari Amatarna Sambutam Tam Namami Shani Swara Matar Karmayam Mahaperiam Chandradi Javi Martarat Nam Samikal Karbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karshan Taraka Rahamasakam Roron Rota Makam Kurum Tomakum Pranamamiam Amramam Rodi Triporana Kari Baru Shashi Burni Sutar Burasha Kurusha Shukra Sharni Raru Ketu Sarva Grahamuma Saprapartam Kurume Shanti 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 Ambor Wars War on Tasave Torvani Amber Kuramasia Dirmani in Juliana Prachodaya Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasi Yanamrasi Yana Navasamagana Saya Yamagamati Nana Kampama Shrita Nanazia Kampaya Magia Gamagia Sakasteran Cash Taklois Naboguru 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 Nabokorios Morkorios Yastok Turian Kakuyas and Nabosov Mosias Fornius Kampas, the Sakashan Talavas Kampa, Nabosatanatos Kampa Yagashias Asha Kolomanias Yamakali study Yagushia Yanana Yarnania Ashtapa Machacha Yarin Yaramilo Yaki Starikan Painana Ziarma Kampapi Sarma Kampaya Bazi Rasolurki Shmashuru Yardu Yaya Soruluki Sekatamaria Yatarechi Ubertala Katapania Kampasiting Garuya Kampasiting Garustu Yakampai Stasi Dakuzi Peradu Kampa Yashta Kampaya Gorma Sabaru or Goma Sabaru or Goma Sabaru Yangoria Yazi Yangar Kampai Yangari Yaziring Yarni Yakanapa Yakantala Meka Tara Kampamaru Parabumarukumu Peruska Yartagia Gardia Mamba Bornes Yamarutu Yatu Surim Suburim Zarin Zagorima Xanagisana Kampaya Luku Name Commando Yardu Yandara Yazi Patu Balku Teriku Baga Kamba Babazia Zagzag but Pazag Baron Noisaling and Uship Gam Suki Shergiga Godash Ramara Yaring Uru Lamasni Kudingan Namguru next and Kukariashukumu Usho Precious Lasso Mam Shishwa Granatramagoli Prani Devi Parti Prandi Ranu Pratam Charasi Vishpahar de Omdevikari Yanya Namaha Karya Yarni Mahamaria Mahario Kenya Deshwari Namgop Sortam Devi Parti Mekul Namaha Iserosor Diara Hekarta Demeter Kalir Nana Gichimani Toku with another no ton Borbor Boswa Hot Hasavitor Barnyambar Kotobarsia Dermahia Durido Prachadayari Ipsos Shipsosh Ipsosh Qualmashon Toro Tora Rototo Brahata Ung Gong Geng Gong Krong Kring Krong Wang Gong Hung Chen Kut Dong Gong Dong Bong Om Trampagame James Rumdim Pusti Borharam or Warwikame Bar Panathnit Yomo Kshariyar Namaha Rim Hum Chom Kum Mau Kupchirke Kshom Krom Rim Shrim Hum Rim Shrim Kshom Krom Kupchirka Krom Hum Amarea Griporana Naporazi in the Shu Graya Namaha Shum Shrim Basam de Hisukraya Swaha Krim Kali Hum Spaha Sarva Vista Medehi Memahali Karat Namaha San King Jo Lantern Sun San Ching Jo Lantern Jun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Rama Merti Rama Manorama Sasturnam Taturian Ram Paranam Neom Vinaya Karya Nam Homa Karandaria Vedamahe Bakartuni Adir Mahitanotan di Prajudaya Bakatunda Mahakarya Soya Kurti Samaprava Noet Kanam Kurume Deva Sarva Koryeshwar Sahalvara Shri Guru Saran Surajnish Manemo Pure Surhova Ragu Vorti Mocha Surjara Kufor Charbur Hintaru Jarmin Kisumiro Pavankumor Borbur Vidieto Mohi Rahu Kalesa Vikarje Hanuman Gangun Skok Korje Krapisti Loku Jarga Ram to Tatali Pardaman Janik Put Papan Sort Namaha Mahave Vegamba Jangi Kumatini Vorsa Medike Sanaki Kachana Parapare Subesikanan Kunokuchi Kesa Hot Fosro Vudu Vorje Paraje Karte Borshari Crusorje Son Corsu Bankistrain and then Jesh Pratama Jang Parnan Yapankani Ati Chaturan Koshkari de Kuwato Pravutri Tesur de Korasia Ramla Kansi Taman Basia Sri Guru Shoras Ruj Rajnish Manemo Puris Hor Parnoro Vorti Mocha Surjur for Charpur he Tarnu Charni Isumi Ropovan Kumor Borburi Vidyarta Humo Rahu Poles of Vikorje Harman Yan Kungs Korje Karpisti Loku Jarika Ram to Dotali Partaman Jari Papan Surnamaha Mahav every kind by one he Kumartini or Sumetic as Ambika John Veran Verpage so basically Kundo Kuchiki so who Rodu worship Roshi Honke Murshare who Sorshi Sankara Suvan Kusrain and Dantish Pratar Mahajag Vardan Vidyavan Kunia teacher Survam Koshkari Bekurtor, Pravutri Sunabekurasia Ramdakan Sitaman Basya Sushmarup Dari Siarti Kalava Vikar Rup Dari Lanka Jarava Bimarup Dari Asor Sankhare Ramachandra Kesan Varte Baya Sarji Balakanji Aye Shri Raguvia Horshi Awarye Ragu Parikishi Purhur Barai Tumam Priya Prati Sambe Sahas Partantum Horo Yashkar Luz Karti Shri Parikanto Rigarde Sankari Kuramari Morasundarat Sarat Sahi Rehisa Yam Kubordik Borjahan Ke Kabi Kubor Karhi Sakai Karmte Tumuko Suprava Hinkerna Ramlia Yerash Partena Tumhoro Montrove Barshen Manalankas Warmoye Sujari Charna Yuksahasra Jojan Pordor Gam Jorn Charat Kerjerte Sugam Nugraha Tumrete Ramdore Tumbra Parte Warar Yapir no Passare Subsupra Hitu Horisaran Rom Rakshar Kahuko Darna Pante Samharo Peten Hunlo Karter Kanti Burpisashni Karnat Hila Vima Verjab Navan Surnilve Nansoro Karai Pasab Berajar Parnanantar Haruman Beras Sakarse Harnuman Sorte Beman Karam Varjan Jan Jul Vesu Porom Paps Veraja Tinke Pasiko Tum Soje Yara Sarusam Kertum Rakware Sorne Karatan Ram Duhar Ber Strasser Hi Navnir Hi Kernat Haus Vorder Janki Mataram Rasi Antum Hora Pasasara Rahora Kupati Keras Tum Hora Barjan Ram Kopa Vejanam Janam Ketur Masrave Ant Karagu Ver Porjar Yejaram Jaram Hori Burgar Kahari Orvetaji Nadade Hi Harduman Serki Sorvesur Korte Hisur Karkote Mites Appear Josumir Hanuma Paper JJ Harduman Goshin Krip Karu Guru Dev Yarna Hinjo Sarbar Pat Kore Korki Jorterki Parti Mahatsur Korki Joria Parde Haruman Chorisa Hardi Serki Sarki Kores to Sira Sara Hori Cherach Korshe Das Hotari Mindere Bar Nai Sankar Haran Mango Morti Rup Ram Blakan Sita Sahid Hotari Sasa Basa Fu Sorbu Hara Vajoshi Savarashar Pajahum Pampo Ganesh Ranam Charendi Varinyam Hong Namahafu Mim Hrim Shrim Mim Glum Mim Namo Bhagavati Patali Varihi Varumuki and Antini Namaharun Rumchini Nama Jambe Japini Nama Mohini Nama Same Sambini Nama Sarvadusha Pradusanam Sarvesam Sarva Barak Sirasa Kurmukati Siwa Sambaram Kurkurasum Kuram Pasiamin Glum Tai Tahata How Masaya Pahatswa Animani Momane Shira Shiriti Shami Shabi Tyson Mukuda Mukutabi Shabi Shabi Sobi Abishai Genesis Shabi Tarani Yoro Kabashari Nebita Patata Nebita Atandra Shudai Kuramikure Arare Shuyashi Samasami Body Bakery the Romari Shita Sogina Kushara Pasha Pasha Shukai Matara Matara Shana or Kasha Rasha Rasha Tai Arabaromana and Ataya Saramakaro Yomoki Area Neta Chinati Chiari Naratonari and Abi Kunabi Akari Kandari Sandari Matui Kori Paroshani Achi Devi Devina Devi Rupetaka Atandai and a Kushare and a Shura Haji Borasane Surubarane Batani Suruba Shabatani Sobatani so you have shine no so you karane so you have Sukarate Surabasugan Skar and I Suraba Surmor Sharte Surabasaro Kyusharai to ya Shinabi Kerita day Anya Mane Mamane Serkarite Samasamita de Santa Mukta Mukta Tamasama Sama Jayak Sai Santa Samita de Rani Odi Visit Sani Nidi Wapintari Niviste Aventari Parisului Ukula Mukula Yarare Parai Sukansi Samasame Polo Verikeda Maparixite Samgan Gosani Nikoni by Visotoni Matromatosia Ruto Sahari Aksaya Martaya Kula Paru Manin Tais Vahaj Valamahaj Valu Pitu Yara Bortonata Natavati Tini Vitini Sitini Notari Natavati Swaha Atate Vanate and Ari Kunadi Swaha Gari Kendari Mataki Bukasi and Kulu Brusai Sisi Swaha Itimi Swaha Dana Pate Dana Batani Dana Kusoi Dana Sarhadi Sarada Pari but it Pasiani Savatani Yavatani Savatani Samaparixit Samgane Katani Dama Parixit of the Satro Kusul and Katis and the Victory Ditano Pati Patani Swaha Saskam Sahu Wang Hong Shong Ong hong chong, gong hong chong, ong tong gong tong gong tong gong tong go shlo go shlo go shlo. Gong heng so gong keng keng glong gong gong ku so hung gong keng ong hong chom mong hong chom. Ong hung shling hering ara ring gong hero go so hara hong pom dum mong krang kring glong ong 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 gong kring glong ong krang kring glong ong chong shing shlong ong krang kring glong ong chong shing shlong hung kring shling hing kring ing pom dum chong shing shlong gong gong so hung hung shling gong shling hering ara ra ong hero go so Vong King So Geng Gong Vong the Hu and each noire on Pasha Datu Pamashuku Naira Maxavia Hushu Naora Maxia Nasam Baba Tramira Naora Nasam Baba Tramira Naora Puku Shuju Naora Mamogi Serai Okushi Naora Huru Kadali Matagis Wahabushur and Busuno Namo Pagaborne Busne Sai Omrus Forus Valatis Solo Kanas Partistarani Swaha Short kanji sai boso mlolig swaha desi shi boso samjam chosa swaha tara boso sunama samata boharam koruna or babe tarani swaha senju senju kanji sai boso mo vasha arne hi patu kanji sai boso mantar baba humpa swaha george men kanji sai boso mahakuru makari swaha jortai kanji sai boso kare kore korti swaha nordin kanji sai boso parne sermale swaha kungol sata vasha sata harnya boso Omrishi Shuta Vijari Swaha Pojon Boso Samya Swam Mojo Boso Maramakane Maroku Boso Omatres Vahaji Sorboso Haha Habis Maya Swaha Kokors Zo Boso Namor Kaskar Bari Omalik Male Moli Swaha Nicol Boso Omi Dutis Vaha Kokol Boso Om Kandra Bari Swaha Purdor my own Namas Matavasharam Kanomrosanas Fotori Hum Tatam was under my own Surmani Sambahum Jashra Hum Padum Dari my own Mantram Pante Toruku my own Srikal Rupa Comes Vaha Yasho my own Yapa Yaksa Yarasu Omaisen my own Maraja Prosni Savaras Sarpajam Pamu Jago my own Maru Prontis Vaha Sorboko Jinum Kambai Swaha Kongan Song Konganum Raksarajanum Swaha Serenshi Doji Janasi Swaha Chiko Putrum Tras Ramarna Swaha so Chotanum Petraki Petai Swaha Komo Putrum Virupax Ranki Petai Swaha Tomotanum Vispromani Swaha then Saitanum Satisfati Swaha Teko Putrum Karari Swaha Kichi Jotrum Malari Sri Swaha Kari Taimon Jumayari Swaha Takini Tenomri Aswaha Marishit no Marisi Swaha Teshumon Kichinomri Gam Swaha Om I'm Brahma Harnam Sirhaye Brahmim Fratrum Vermani Vermahe Haranya Verbari Adermani Tano Brahma Prachuder Chadrom Kari Vermahe Misro Dali Adermani Tano Brahma Prachuder Om Himshin Claim Sausage Kam Brahma Om Brahma Jajanam Pratharma Purusad Vihi Para Purushu Venava Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Swara Guru Sasha Param Brahma Tashmeshri Guru Ve Namaha who said never had that Ferti am kaibin ho horordi af him kenne bolse kesu du nezur korti ha pasti tara tu yoram snapper them de sekne martene muse tu jorda menti martu foru kemi shekerune kermeti an te pepsara kerune peru sekeriune bemoina temtem se puari above I hold checker kidney he cool ne hem ne purchase or tepane pechabu Tuan prem tor sevo si for reti na reti pinge tor pinge normal the magi is a shift perfect tron tori tor many moski ultros gorba pior your guto fern for life for ten or ten for year fring they deg the is vite and get cigars per deg si tol per deg border brand fioti go fruti froven week or whisker here sigir revo song skio for life Skurlung skurfisarming young young things scare funeral for the Huran Yaran in Korhan Korn and Kusin Kuroski or maybe free being between these sweethearts with their your Fjordnia have Yamis full contrafion Fimbothil Slade their freak Srig Vir Lip their Gior Mospil Nepelheim Alpha Gark and go get Yamir or Colmir Sleipnir, Odul, ma bori for es persro, din ville vesuk mongen belgamir, osvi vestvi nord, trisul, trimit, kora, sator, north, nine, roy, order, nori, order, linga, certes, infexi, mundi, perti, lune, sol, vocus, fins, birger, Ser mir vir finsko harti virot vir sin on vir diori ataboka chem vin golf mosociatori naidniati nutri sutrios vi vestri at your voldi norne ner pintein bi for bomber nori ori nor Oinmoin neer vinkorn dolf Verndorf Dorwin Fili Kondin Valley Troin Tek Vir neer na Rakrats Vintropne Rolls Story Hort Story Herlof Kroin Tori Tu van War hebt die Fili Horse your Velier Lof for Skier Vir Scarpin I or Fingi Gerkin Scarti Fosti Finki Nord Young Teresia weer verdaan die skoolbreed dat ik neer him in periode wel eens skip kermel orfeim dadeling weer blij huisfeest fastfood spars wie veel niet wanspraak was saras neer ordien free lorki Avinaria Parnia Visnota Maria Marnar Samartia Visariama Gors Narn Botardiarn Vistaria Tararia Samsara Gartaratia Yarn Nirmakarnde Parimala Parke Paskarnde Sri Parti Para Verde Baba Pari Yarchernte Parante Sariyarpi Perakbarne Natatava Hamnan Mama Kena Swam Samudro Hitanka Kwakarna Samudro Natanka Urtertanga Nalagabi Nurjar Tanunjar Kula Mitra Sas Torste Bavartina Bavartikin Bavatera Skarda Matsiar di Bevrat Raya Ravatara Varta Sada Vasurdam Paramesvara Palapalayo Bavarta Pava Babito Ham Damodara Guramandiata Sundara Vandari Vranda Govinda Baba Jalardi Mataramandara Paramam Daramana Panayatvam Menarayana Karuna Maria Sarara Nam Karavarni Daraboko Corona Iti Sarpari Marie Sarana Saroja Saravasatu Iti Srimat Paramasapari Vrajakaras Yarsya Sri Govindar Bhargat Porjia Parasis Yarsya Sri Machakara Bhagavarta Kortosar Paristotram Sampurnam Kupeno Derranda Srida Raja Rajodana Svarodana Lashmi Priya Dharmodara Daryudani Kapriya Dasernyo Dame Vrata Dayar Varto Dara Vrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinara Diajara Rasarka Danya Lashmi Samarajo Daya Lashmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Burdi Dharma Samarasano Sarka Neri Svaro Nera Lambo Neri Nampari Palaka Niyardana Gun Karnis Karmo Niruparava Navarnara Samara Runava Sanka Pravartaka Manyeska Radisa Mahoguran Karam Prita Arshniko Yashna Sakta Yashnu Boshanara Sarka Raja Kandrura Mari Soranja Goraju Purjita Visitra Pasar Yarta Viyaka Mana Marrasa Vijayo Vimalo Vanyu Vanduru Jana Balasala Verubasa Peria Tarmo Peragi Visor Muka Sarva Vyarfo Saranata Sarvasakti Samambita Samandarata Somya Sarva Barara Vraka Supritu Sulava Somo Sarva Kyaru Dora Dara Samakana Purya Sastavi Baba Sri Verajita Svahana Samprito Akilanda Pravartaka Vyorkana Samprita Amtar Svardana Priya Kalakam Pravasi Ahankam Kavi Varjara Udar Budhyar Dharma Ve Pavo Navarana Kinora Subi Survana Kakawar Pravartarika Hasta Lakshmi Samri Yukta Yato Mala Vikra Haluka Radio Lokapali Uluku Pordu Sulaksana Sulava Surbarga Surdu Sankarana Priya Santa Sultana Kunu Petas Svartu Surai Kartha Sarva Kamarshon Sumarti Sarve de Venen Karkeka Sankar Hastar Dara Sriman Param Jordi Parapara Samarikura Sapana Sarano Dina Varsala Parapokari Papagna Tarudiana Selni Bhat Tanta Sarva Guru Berta Sorendra Same Verba This is Yato Vita Mariana Tarar Siarkia Protocole Perceso Tramsus Serabur Vierten Tenata Nuni Parusa Srinam Devendrani Parm and Tisri Kubersto Tram Om Yakshari Yar Yar Kuberari Yavisravanari Yadaratanya Dipatari Yadaratanya Sambri Der Mer de Ita Parisvaha Om Shrim Hrim Klim Shrim Klim Vershvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Klim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Kriyeta Ram Parariya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Yachmim Hrim Saha Swaha. Om Hrim Yakshaya Kubaria Vishwabani Adana Karshanaria Sarva Loka Vasikararia Daradania Aripataria Danatania Samroder Mear Derkita Paria Swaha. Om Hrim Shrim Kumbararia Namaha Om Acharya Rajaya Vermahe Alakitesaria Dear Mahitana Kubaria Prachurayar Zikia Kaba Ziara Kaba Ziringar Kaba Ziringar Kaba Ziku Gigi Mankampra Zikia Kaba Ziara Kaba Zikia Kaba Ziara Kaba Ziringar Kaba Ziringar Kaba Agaku Mashkurzana Zikia Kaba Ziara Kaba Zikia Kaba Ziara Kaba Ziringar Kaba Ziringar Kaba Lugala Bor Agni Bo Zikia Kaba Ziana Kaba Om Namo Hum Sarara Nusum Baruma Katametroya Sorbani Argosani Sameta Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bhairava Kadabis Om Sumbarni Sumba Hum Vajra Humpat Om Shrim Him Klim Krom Kanabataya Varapa Rosh Sarvaja Jamesha Pratana Yer Swahata Poshwari Yer Vermahe Bakratundari Ader Mahitano Dandi Prachudaya Om Shanti 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 Om Kanaharaya Sayar Namahom Kamakarpataya Namaham Lombro Darari Yatamahom Ringaring Kari Momon Karanaria Vedarmar Hevakranundaria Der Mahitano Dante Prachudaya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Du Jwala Jwala Sholiri Ashaya Jamanaya Sarva Satrum Samara Samana Shemalabam Kurukuru Dushtugraham Hum Fatsva Runum Krurung Tarang Ditraction Dutapashan Kusha Pushwa Para Chapamari Viora Bruta Mai Karara Nihara Ye Pave Papari Paparnim Sri Mara Sri Mahara Sri Mara Sinashpari Shidani Kunas and Buddha Devakori Samuriate Uria Bahusa Salah Jaro Paru Samar Vita Ragashvarupa Pashuria Krakonokushu Wala Rom Picture Show Prodanda Panchatan Mantra Sayakavani Jabra Prapapora Maja Brahmana Mandala Champaka Shoko Parnaga Sorkan Tigalas Kachakuru Findamanation Ninkanakutera Mandita Shtami Chandra Vibrata Shrike Stala Shobita Muka Chandra Kanankaban Murukanabi Vishu Shakavaranas Mana Mankali Krator Ranchil Kavrek Lakshmi Paripaha Chalan Minabham Lochara Nava Champaka Pushpana Sadana Verajit Tekari Tedeskari Asabarana Basura Kanabamanjala Krutapana Pora Manohara Tekaka Yugali Potapana Dupa Mandala Parama Shela Dasha Paribhavika Lupo Nava Roma Bombashina Kari Ranachar Vinyogo Sri Pitrakarmachis Kisyapa Pramarasi Pratishan Sandi Padrita Vatum Bisham Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sri Pitrika Prija Tomchape Veri Sari Nesum Kapsyapa Pramarasi Pramahasarasi Pratishanta Senama Muke Sri Pitrikavati Namari Ombishari Namaguye Swaha Saktai Yanama Parayo Karya Nama Namovani Yogi Yatama Samangi Gari Sari Nes Kromagusti Piam Namarin Parishani Piam Namaha Amaria Piam Ramahara Badimi Kapiam Namaha Hrim Kanislikiapiam Nama Krom Karakastar Prasapiam Nama Ati Kariniasa Kromata Yat Nama Rim Sapisis Rasvam Sikaya Pusram Kapakayum Nim 3 for Sarkromas Raypati Tisanang Names books from Yarti Tikbana and Dipadragima David Skaris Padupini Dipati Divide Baras from Chiming Pound Padiamica Karapsama Poming among Samiga Pupus Amiam by Parmike to Pamakrapi Pramiam and Amiki 81 Samiam Tramaki Karamang Periam Ivayamitam some submication of Pukarapujam Samarpam Japamala Mantram Omama Male Sabamatro Sabrupini Kataburger Salinas Sasmani Sili the Baba Guru Mantrom Rim Sita Guru Prasida Rimata Siti Petraka Mantrom Krom Rimam Darge Rime Hiavasay Rim Dum Darge Amrim Kromum Vatsvahasananganias Kromadayi Yarnamaha Rim Subhasis Rasis Vaham Sakai Vasram Kavahum Nimentri Vasar Kromas Paditis and Ines Books from here, the Divi Mukanam, the Petrima, every Ascarish for the Pini device, the Vide, but as from Chicoming Fountain Future, on the Jamaic Yakanam, Samakaman, Samika, Yapish, Pamiam, Pramika, Mokrapi, Yamrana, Miki, Dipan, Shamifam, Mika Yadramana, Yam Yamin, some Miki, some Bukara, Pujam, Smarpami, Smarpam, Yati, 3, from Grass Makorapam, Japam, Sedapa, to make every Prapasara, Mr. Rajapamantala Mamantrum. Umpamale Savada Pama Prigi Subapam Sumum Kurushime Patroya Soberam Kadei me Omrim Sitia and Namaha Ingene Sograi Hogno Nazi Koreas of the Opamos also to Surtia Matai Canon to mail at the matter skip a mere skip experience your lake big lake a law Helgork and Dermi Rio Mirni Mokoheim Dali Veri Vilfurbo at Viltirjo Fons Viljo Virjo Bos Forsop Mok Ekman Jokon of Bortna Bors for Bumik for the Harbu Maker Nemai Karima Yori Markvem Ran Fir Morna Ban or Bos Ordo Borsia Mer Big Bosses under Nesir Nes Bull or near George Fons Steva now Bamin Got was Gununga in Grasborgi Wars near Bors Boma Bru Perser Smikord Merans Corpus or Skenen Sonana Salos Ternar Bos Kron Lorki Sorbo Sornen Serni Mertna Hendior Kruhom Hamyan Jorbu Sorni Visia Vorsari Arti Martini Visia Varniken Satistos Non Visua Vors Ratiketing Ginjin Quillo Stolo Krenko Popart Tux no Comni Genocono Cobo Mortin Hertu Opni Jan Dar Antorno Captan Chromater Joetos Hot Sella Bella Belli Bears Hort Corn Hortem Blue Aflo Blue Orbs Me Prubu at the Dalbo Mo Tanning Kirskobo Torgo Blue Teptui Tortni Tirtiavo Kru Warblane Veterans Wonton Guli Onsbrow Vokmo Borso Morsur Morgor Orjanheim Kitchen Vinchin Quill or Skrola getting local folk bat get dukes kevers get even good Rutovski Joe Brems block of Blainsley Shum was Monsieur Moser over Brem go Roendurin and Warberman Lincoln Mokom go prove a koi joke do shame Dorin Sag big horn go Mel Goria Bo Vikinga US Bell Sir Dear Miss Euro Horgi Peter Bushman no Blongo have a Nurging Nurukulu Ablem your brains friend one your friends your brains prep der when mer den impress mer och terapel truck mogo chela pela bix of nista de torn tenater ton pregater unega and then tromme per ton trens and then doors of reg word or ring wars or servers as suffer to for len mone glomblo lun comfort alle twin doors and in doors or weak war for ring Noon o seres sefer tu fer h len mone glomblo lun Oros wai oros queer lares or we luat well prayed out weir rosia ros con sin difficilia truris tro corum prenes nesit parentos cor es ver divian deslo turbus ipse cornien domines serpens avis tester narbis quis non difficilis et impossibly investigare Taminentus tamni portens rexergenet taminos taminente omen quos magno omnis victori constitet nebellum contritur pro corpus de me visu virum femins tome quo poserum dolor theatrus nem magnificentis abrin macum hel macarum cum heladrin mac cum sexorum in versum tumo parum daina taboldumin quartum triconis Garante mordo doron ter mongo certena certor mongo smok samas ora chamosa neon trocus fos patur spelten ve Osi conosce la emoshiti ti kunu osi moshitum kalatum kutum tum osi varitum kablitum namritum masashu kashatu kashir parni elini tumu biararni eli au ishtari au sisu eli ameri amru sana kuindi kula salalu mo shau raku imitarna duhupi au pur tivi au kusu Memorstierti au martu huerlinu buzierduti sierdi isisari mailani varabuti shima harda parvitini deakti linda salon karsharti ai kasharti ya shaebeshi au mushtepisti ya ismasarati shamushili pshururi shishalim nutipishi lur saluri shar no shar Lu tabdu shai bohu amarni murti aki masal luli tartuk shai porchu kishpiki matar dili sharniki ushushu piurturu epstur shai suluku kalamatusha malas serti inakibiri piru ilani moshitum Salamaniyarna Pagrita Kira Dupira Salmaniyarna Pagrita Zera Dupira Salmaniyari Pagrita Shnila Dupira Salmanini Shti Pagrita Shnila Dupira Salmani Yaki Max Pagrita Kira Dupira Salmaniyaki Anaku Kolati Dakira Dupira Salmaniyana Igari Daksa Dupira Salmaniyana Askuparti Tushnila Dupira Salmaniya Inabishado Retapsadu Piras Lamani Yarna Ishvara Kira Kipira Ziding Garin Garin Kambasiting Garin Garin Kambasiting Garin Lulan and Kambasiting Garin Lulan and Kambasiting Garin Kurkorin Kambasiting Garin Kurkorin Kamba Sitting a Dasharima Kambasiting Garin Dasharin Kappa sitting Garin Dula Zaka Kamba sitting Garin Dula Zaka Kampa sitting Garin Dula Kampa sitting Garin Nula Kampa Sinigen Meshura compositing Meshura compositing Namar Tinker Loa Kampa Sinigan and Martin Kernin Loa compositing Siski Kish Masak Barat near Darben Bolerma compositing at about a bottle called that Kundin Kerrian Nerka Kampa Siniganini departing Kernani Garden Sargun Garkatar Garden Kampa sitting Garizana Kampa, sitting Garkia Kampa, sitting Gararuki Kampa, sitting Ganabo Kampa, sitting Garishta Kampa, sitting Garamashu Kampa, sitting Ganakor Kampa, sitting Garamatu Kampa, sitting Ganini Bador Kampa, sitting Garigi Kampa, sitting Garan Kampa, sitting Garan Lola Korkoragi Kampa, sitting Ganini Lorani Korkoragi Kampa, sitting Ganini Bibila Shoragi Kampa, sitting Ganini Korkoragi Shiarim Babaragi Kampa, sitting around Rorating Karkale and Kampa Karambu. Untuk sulala sur giti musula suringar sur maskim sur siaran kampasi kia kampasi ringgarin lala kor koragi kampasi ringganin lala kor koragi kampa siningan ini bibila shoragi kampasi ringganin ini kor koragi kampasi ringgaran nulan ringgar kalele kampa siningarana kampasi ringgar kia kampa papa papa rara termararta papa rara terke nerne Asagora isabi murna tenam tarikar razi erbi murna ter surtuk zulukor bi murna tera surkar bi murna ter girti muzul erbi murna ter kala surkar bi murna ter inger surkar bi murna ter migar marni biar netash biar par nerbi resha kasharki ati manu kashartu chatar yutar ni Om Hayagri Variyar Namahom Abhisnar Vernamom Kisavariyar Namahom Maharusudariya Namahom Govindariya Namah Om Punakaksariya Namahom Visnar Venamom Visambariya Namahom Harariya Namah Om Ariyayar Namahom Sarvahisariya Namahom Savartarariya Namahom Sanantarariya Namahom Naradariya Namah Om Nerakarariya Namahom Nerisarariya Namahom Neruparavariya Namahom Neranjanariya Namahom Niskarakariya Namahom Nitatariya Namah Om Nera Maria Nama Om Sirana Maria Yar Namaha Om Saksine Nama Om Saranaria Nama Om Salvare Kariaria Namaha Om Sri Marte Nama Om Lokatari Saria Nama Om Salvare Yakaria Nama Om Salvaria Nama Om Salvesrapraria Nama Om Veravarate Nama Om Veradaria Nama Om Veravararia Nama Om Paratararia Nama Om Pararia Nama Om Parariate Nama Om Punyaya Nama Om Punyakataria Nama Om Parapararia Nama Om Paramamarne Nama Om Pas para smart namahum para saria namum para siat namah pararia namum sarveda makaria namum verusya namum veraverika para garia namah sakalo paris evesya namum iskalaria namum salves karate namah askalaman ter staria namum para pararia namum pornar porusaria namum srasaya namum sanataria namum para smavararia namah Satariya Namum Dantariya Namum Chitugurariya Namum Chitametraya Namum Jagamariya Namum Jamamarutariya Nama Jivariya Namum Jadariya Namum Jaraya Sanariya Namum Jipapraya Namum Javastudaya Namum Japakorte Nama Prekorte Nama Vibhavel Namaha Vimalariya Namum Visvarupariya Namum Visputra Namum Virustariya Namum Virusnas Nustariya Namum Satidariya Nama Santi Karakariya Namum Sraya Prarariya Namum Shruti Maria Namum Sraya Saran Patariya Nama Isparariya Namum Asurtariya Namum Anatarupariya Namum Praradariya Namum Prika Patariya Nama Avatariya Namum Vaitarupariya Namum Sarva Sakserne Namum Tamaharariya Nama Arjana Sakariya Namum Jarine Namum Purna Kandra Samprabariya Nama Om Janadari Om Patapatari Namam Yogi Namam Yogi Sari Om Sarvakamatari Namam Mohi Nama Om Homar Near Nama Homar Sari Nam Hom Sresam Nama Om Sari Namam Pramahat Sari Nama Visun Goptre Namam Varaja Namam Suras Fartina Kanaskar Nama Jatar Marjara Smurtari Nama Mari Martar Hatari Nama Sarvigis Paras Farari Nama Prana Vorki Taru Pari Verharankara Markarte Namaha Iti Sri Haya Griva Sutara Satamal Vi Anara Om Manatari Yanamo Matasari Yanamo Magarari Yanamo Govarkari Yanamo Mami Karari Yamaha Om Manami Sitari Yamaho Aravantari Yanamo Perkorabari Yanamo Vishnu Priya Yanamo Verasuya Yanamo Veramarari Yanamo Verastarari Yanamo Sasari Yanamo Satu Sintari Yanamo Saparamandi Tari Yanamo Makakandu Dari Nenamo Mamni Karada Yanamo Makasupabana Yanamo Mamnas Tuya Yanama Omagaru Pari Yanamo Vala Yanamo Vasukari Yanamo Varabari Hari Yanamo Varankarari Yanamo Vamsarani Yanama Basu Savarani Yanamo Varavasitari Yanamo Vipasaradine Namo Vati Kamala Yanama Tamoro Pari Yanamo Darpikarari Yanamo Darindari Yanamo Kesapatamashari Yanamo Kalaru Pari Yanamo Uganda Pari Yanama Uganda Rari Yanamo Rasivantari Yanamo Namikatrai Yanamo Kesopi Yanamo Visumbarari Yanamo Sakaparari Yanama Sakapalari Yanamo Sabupriya Yanamo Saranari Yanamo Pankasara Setnamo Paparasari Yanamo Pramadari Yanama Brangandari Yanamo Brangandari Yanamo Parivasya Yanamo Parivasari Yanamo Parusura Setnama Baga Vartani Yanamo Babi Petharari Yanamo Tasakari Yanamo Kavari Yanamo Sivari Yanamo Veravaya Yatam Pranari Yanamo Yanamo Punyakatari Yanama Parsari Yanamo Parakari Yanamo Miskalari Yanamo Paraparari Yanamo Prokarkari Yanamo Sarsari Yanamo Sataria Datari Yanamo Radri Yanamatari Yanamo Sava Puja Yanamo Savar Karari Yanamo Nera Sarai Yanamo Nera Janari Yanamo Avatari Yanamo Saranai Yanamo Sava Karari Yanamo Jaran Jarari Yanamo Avatari Yanamo Vatu Parari Yanamo Tamaharari Yanamo Luis Parari Yanamo Kalarari Yanama Parari Yanamo Pramakari Yanamo Sakarana Karari Yanamo Home Judukuratari Yanamo Jivari Yanamo Janadari Yanamo Javay Japapriya Yanamam Visvarupari Yanamam Virustarari Yanamam Virisram Sutya Yanama Sraya Pradari Yanamam Pranadari Yanamam Vishnu Topari Yanamam Utari Yanamam Utarara Yanamam Nagavastra Yanama Nagabusari Yanamam Bujakarari Yanamam Bayorupari Yanam Sraya Pari Yanam Sakurupari Yanam Karush Mutari Yanamam Repitkari Yanamam Sukam Navriya Kari Yanamam Pani Ravi Busari Yanamam Nagendra Yanama Iti Sri Nagadevarta Sri Stotara Satana Mavali Nejokos Tranos Kolusmi Hiporsin Regnos Rumperne Kanselai Du Jargar No Shul or Sienasul Asien Kritias Mircher Sen Tiangela Prosal Mesen Tru Gultieris Urster Mertiarat Neman Tola Merksans Pure Neorni Antiertienne Formantier Deterni Formoci Sul Tus Loporit Tus Mulen Cierte Crite Tuan Trio Gardu Durn Antartiro Mark Sanspjorte Nerum Jumerdi Atolsan Gundo Derntam Dronjen Kong Gumbenait Cierte Liarmo Schulben Serber Cierte Mo Schulnaci Bencierte Messe Mona Björgi Serber Cierte Mona Björte Meder Neam Saldor Sailesser Schul Lordship Leer Verblühen Ermier Het Nem Hertjestari Review Newly Kartniers Rood Kartjers Newly Bens Hemming City Reer Sjuls Erning Krea Sierra Serna Morna Massa Sur Fyrki Hrisla Sad Morbu Massa Sur Marateri Begen Dolly House Buur de Atjers voor Gardier voor koers voor Gerda Vuurleer en Neernies Aerhal de Ordinaire Akkoorde Zeer Akkoorlek Vietnam Vuurleer Krones Mergos Nordberen Nieuw Mien Zuur en Kroor der Gos en Buur en Truature Mesedomo Saint en Taterland Marcos en Spiorat Nomera Bernard Noner Atjer Berip Las narshor meser gosor kastor mempernes leom fene kosmor bevu rur erbite ele erge fiore na crude kusfur na sarner cherb fen orn sere gosor kastor mempernes leom fern Karachi Kalindi Tarvar Pierna Sankita Karavo Muda Perinari Vartarna Kamalas Vartama Rur Parama Sambu Brahmara Parti Kana Sarchita Paro Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkame Babartume Buje Savia Vernum Serasi Siki Perni Charan Karti Tarte Tukulam Netrante Sarhacharakata Kasarm Vidadarte Sarasri Madvardarvana Sarveri Pardijario Jaganas Paminayana Patarkami Babartume Mahambor Destiarte Kanakor Ciarte Nilasicar Devasan Prasarantaras Jar Pala Berdrina Balerina Sumatra Maria Star Sala Sura Seba Vasarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Babartume Mekor Pol Pravaras Jala Jalarta Surino Rucia Ro Rama Varni Ramas Forata Dada Mala Pankorum Marmorka Surendra Radia Surutikana Selka Gita Charito Jaganas Paminayana Pater Kami Bavartume Rotarudro Garchan Partimir Rita Burut dari Bapatar Restuti Prator Barvam Pratiparamo Karanya Sararya Dayarsin Horbarasakala Jagarta Sintustarya Jagannath Swami Nayana Patar Kami Bavatume Parabapi Pas Guvala Yadalo Pupalanario Nivaserni Neladroni Hita Charano Nanta Sarasira Sarandro Rasarasa Vaporulengkarna Sako Jagannath Swarni Nayana Patrikami Pavartume Nardeyar Shera Jana Chakarka Marnike Vibhavaram Nat Yarche Ramlia Yahan Nikala Jana Kamrikyam Varavara Dum Sarakale Kala Praramatar Partina Gita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Pavartume Haratvam Samsaram Drutataram Masaram Sora Parte Haratvam Paparnam Vitartitam Maparam Yarava Parte Ahudinana Tarm Nihirtar Charano Nisir Chetim Martarm Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkame Bavartume Jagannath Stakum Punyam Yapate Praryarta Susir Sorvar Papa Visur Dharma Visnu Urkam Sarikat Chacharti Iti Srimad Sankar Charar Vira Chertam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam Brahmari Sorachita Linkum Nera Lambista Soropita Linkum Janmaja Durkas Venasaka Venasana Lingam Tat Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Devamuni Pravarchirta Lingum Kamadana Karun Kare Lingam Ravana Darpa Venasana Lingam Tat Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Sarva Surakananda Surlurita Lingam Bori Vera Dharna Karana lingum sirtum swara sara parantita lingum tat pranamami sara siva lingum kari maha marnimbur sita lingum pane pati barita sarupita lingum tak sar suryar narsi narsana lingum tat pranamami sara siva lingum kumkuma chandana lepira lingum pangkarsha haraso surupira lingum Sanchita Papa Virasana Lingum Tak Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Devagara Chartita Savita Lingum Pavaira Bhakti Bhakti Pyareva Jalingam Dinakara Koti Prabhakara Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Asta Dalo Parivestira Lingam Sarva Samurvapa Karana Lingam Asta Darya Dravira Sana Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Sora Guru Sora Vara Purjita Lingam Sora Vana Puspa Sora Chira Lingam Paraparam Paraparam Paramakka Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Lingastakam Niram Punyam Yapata Siva Sarido Siva Loka Noti Sevena Shahamurate Nataraja Nataraja Nartana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Karamba Karana Priyam Sirambaraya Viharinam Maravakumba Kum Fites Parim Balalono Surkam Sarambaka Makananam Sarambu Vihinindaram Harambo Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vivavariye Samasta Bhakta Posana Svaha Stavadakan Kanam Prasata Kyariti Devavam Nerasar Jar Jaraparam Karhastar Mukti Saranam Sarastar Kantramananam Haram Boja Jaga Gorum Sirambaram Vivavarye Jaga Gati Taman Litam Nita Lalo Karam Virtam Patikar Sarikaram Patyara Pankala Parnam Natpunka Parva Parvinam Kutara Pasadarirnam Haramboja Jaga Goram Siram Baram Vivavarye Koranga Sava Sobitum Seram Gajana Narsitum Porangana Vikararam Varankarangara Cheratam Karangara Thana Sakam Torangam Kritakam Haram Buje Jaga Koram Siram Baram Vivavarye Amanda Paya Bajaram Sumanda Hasasan Mukam Sumanda Mandagam Niringa Rindakan Yakadavam Samam Damam Daluta Mamanda Yanta Marmanano Horam Buje Jaga Koram Siram Param Vivavarye Karindra Karamapasasanam Karindra Kapadariram Sarendra Murkya Porjitam Kargendra Vaharna Priyam Ahindra Busarnar Jvalam Nagendra Javila Sernam Haram Bhuja Jaga Koram Siram Param Viva Varye Malapana Renitarte Sarabila Sakarinam Valerisa Prabham Janam Balama Rupa Lokanarnam Lasa Panindra Harinam Shavarshi Suladarirnam Haram Bhoje Jaga Goram Siram Baram Viva Varye Sasanka Bano Vihudra Vrajita Trilokarnam Visalavak Sasam Surya Garba Horara Maredirtam Digambalo Sarvata Porar Haram Dara Ratan Viram Jaram Bhoje Jagat Goram Siram Baram Viva Varye Sarantaranga Sajano Kasafasapan Garasarne Marampa Yutador Jana Siksare Pikasana Siram Barakasakuru Swarupa Mertya Putale Sarasivo Virachate Sara Muranierto Horosiram Barakya Sagoro Ridum Sara Vila Sernam Murali Kanti se Sakar Sakar Dol Pamarnamastakam Sara Vasatara Laya Hari Priyatara Nane Vira Priya Kaniskala Jagat Guru Ranugrahari Tishri Sarampara Pankak Saram Stotram Om Sharavana Baba Yerdabaha Om Tapursur Sharya Vedmahe Mahasernarya Di Marhi Tano Sanda Prachudaya Om Skandarya Kartikeya Parvati Priyananandarya Jamahadeva Kumaraya Suparaman Yayate Namaha Agartja uvaka no mostum brendaraka brendarvandiad pardara vindaria surha Kararya Sarananayarmita Vikramarya Gori Hartarnanda Samur Marva Namostu Turupiyarm Pranatatre Hantre Kortere Samastarsya Manoratar Namdartre Ratardam Paratara Kasya Hontre Prakaranda Suratara Kasya Amotar Motarya Sahasra Mortarye Gornaria Gararia Parapararia Parapararia Parara Pararia Namostu Turbiam Siki Vaharnaria Namosturte Brahma Verdam Vararia de Gambararia Barasam Sertaria Haranya Babare Namo Haranaria Haranya Rata Setarpas Paruparia Taponaria Tapa Paralam Prati Parakarya Sarla Kamararia Himaram Mirne Trinkartaris Vararia Veragina Namas Nomos Turturiam Sarajar Marne Vibhu Prabharta Surya Runa Tanta Prankatarie Balaria Kapala Para Hamaria San Maturia Yamarnaria Toraria Mirustarn Yortamara Dirus Namon Namugaranam Pataya Gararia Namosturte Jamarjaratikardia Namo Visakaria Sursarti Panaria Salvarsia Natarsia Kumoraria Karia Koron Kararia Tarak Markararia Svarheria Gengalia Kakarikeria Salivieria Torbiam Saratam Namosuritis Riscarde Mahaporane Casa Carne Pancavim Sartita Mundiaries Ricarikeria Starcam Skandu Uvaka Gois Paroma Heserna Catikario Gernantarna Skarta Kumoro Serneli Zvami Sankara Samarva Garingeas Tamor Kuraska Brahmakari Sirkit Varta Tarakari Romaputro Kronkaris Saranana Sabda Brahma Samudraska Sienda Sarsvar Storgulasana Kumuru Barka Van Bulgar Murk Safarala Prata Sara Jarma Garande Sal Parvarshur Mulki Murkur Sarvagalma Praneta Karveranchior Tartar Pradar Sarna Astalvim Sartirnar Marni Mardi Yarantierti Pariarte Pradyurses Radaria Yorto Murko Varkas Patiarbal Verma Hamantrama Yarniertin Marma Narmarnor Narn Mahaprajna Mavamloti Natra Karya Vikarana Itisri Rudrari Male Prajna Vivartarnam Kriam Sri Matkarke Yastutram Narado Vaka Pranarmya Sarasan Delvam Gariputram Venayarkam Bhattavarsyam Smornitiam Yarius Karmarta Sertya Pratarmam Vakraturndam Chaikartam Tarn Virtiyarkam Trigeriam Krishna Pinkaksaram Garjvala Tram Chaturtakam Lambodaram Pancharmam Chasastam Vikartarmir Vachasatarmam Vegnarajam Chadurmuravarnam Tatarstarmaram Navarmam Balachandram Shadasarmam Tuvinyarkam Ekarasam Karapirtam Dvarasam Tu Karjarnarm Dvardarsar Tatarni Narmarni Trist Sardiam Yapatyanara Nacha Vernardiam Tasya Sorva Visiri Karam Param Yanyar Dilabharte Verdiam Darati Labharte Dardam Parati Labharte Putron Moksar Dilabharte Kartim Japerkanat Partisto Tron Sarbiars Marsi Palam la bet samvatra serna serramcha la barte natra samsarya starbio brahmana priyacha likerva ya samar pariyatarsya viryabavet sarva ganasarya sarya prasarata iti Srinarada Porar ne Sankastana Sarnam Nam Garne Sastutram Advitarvastarva merta pranamarjarnarm sampanaraya dortarmarnarma sermharupam praladar posarnaratam prater karvasiam devar murda karma pinolmi korta samudram nata janavar kanatar prakaskalasia dergiamia sirsnu Everdruve terasiar stambarnalmi nom mahavishnu vaksolpidararnam yakskar de hardam tarboantum satrurapi karunarborntim narahari barbusam namami tam visurnam ripor yaster tarajarkas kurnarni vasorin meserna Karajagare darte yarstam varnde pralapa porva barigiani kiar maharm pralardam pranamarjana perte karvanti divisardor yarne pralaporardam sitram koruter namarmi yastarmaham saradindu konali yalavam Karajala pravartira suora disam karamabu jarat Varkyam Traselivaram Prakorvardar de Mukena Urudlova Pursa Sormia Sankankona Form Prakakorusi Varsia Kortabaya Tormer Verdiakia Prasendir Yesam Yarbyur Tirti Sringeri Jagat Guru Sri Darna Desvartarna Virsimha Bharati Swami Vivirasitam Srinir Simasaptam. Jing Shin Shin Zhao Tai Sheng Tai Xing Ying Pan Wu Ting Ku Shi Fu Meng Bo Ming Hu Shen Ji Hui Ming Jing Shen Shen Nan Ning San Hun Yung Ju Po Hu Sheng Jing Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ku Shen Zhou Dan Jun Ku Shen Tui Hui Shu Fen She Shen Jing Len Tong Ning Yang Shen Lord Kian Chi Shen Kyo Je Wei Jin Ho Shen Hu Ben Ke Shen Yen Jen Shen Shen Dan Yan Ling Wu Tong Shen Shi Shen Lan Yer Do Ki Chong Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jin Chen Chen Zhou Ling Bo Tian Shu Nan Wei Shen Jing Di Ji Hun Po Wu Shang Zhen Ming Hong Long Bai Hu Do Jing Fen Yun Chung Gu Zhun Wu She Wei Wu Jin Ji Ji Ru Li Ling An Tu Li Shen Shu Jian Xian Shen Po Wu Wan Ling Yor Do Shen Guan Tu Li Xi Ling Zhu She Yu Ji Bo Le Wang Jing 会用人肉来为这人干风味被说的顶顶上有名说这行为的罗源将理现今的人的新说的人的些人能基本行动用无从说中人在用 mà phải quay xin si wo ji ran ning bo fu minh hu wo ji tan gan lur da ra tong kong dai juan jan yu fu ji or dol den xiao guan wan yan jing shen shen shu yang xi yu wen xi xiong yi ben gui ben yan yan an jing yu wo wo huai xi wen mo wang yu xi xie wei wo xun yang huo yu shan 刘启成控制住护理领长先寻求第二的种种关系本观光需求问题先无行动上线的为为罗主润富有情况需求服务先实际表现并及部门部落单的养育关心就是把现有光明像这些维护的是永远先处理系列定义外有相当正为 Wang Jing Nye Yu Billy Lei Shen Yen Ming Tung Yoi Zhou Xiao Wu Kue Ting Ting Jing Wang Chong Jian Fu Hu Shen Ren Jin Chen Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Xuan Zhong Xian Zhu Do Yu Xian Zhu Yan Jia Zhang Chuan Zhang Ru Yu Luo Zhen Kun Ji Ti Gan Zhen Ling Ji Pan Zhan Bei Len Wan Ling Qing Guan Wu Jing Di Dar Zhuo Tan Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Xuan Zhun 有云想带入后期习俗要下脚而火前火不放快会影响事物以前前 王我的南北内西无一yan dong zhang xi shu ling fu yon xi zhang zhong Zhen wen dan fu yo yo ki yo meng meng ki wo jing neng ji gan Zhen lo ni ge fu yo ming zhang yo le yo xi zheng zhang du Namo helar dar nar dola ye yer namo wali ye polo jendi shobo la ye so porti sarlo po ye mo he sa do po ye mo he jar lorni ja ye hong sa po la pai su da lor da ye namo jili tuli dol ye mengali ye polo ji di shi po la ling to po namo lo la jen chi ji li mo he po do sha mie so po a da do shu tenga shi yun sa po sa do namo po sa ro namo ke mo pa ter do da ji ta onga po lo ji di ja lo di ji li mo he por ti sa do sa po sa mo mo ji li to yun ju lo je ming du lu pa she yer di mo he pa she yer di to la to la ri li ni shi po la ye je la je la mo pa mo la mor di li ji na shi na la shen po la she li fa sha fa shen po la she ye hulu mo la hulu li sho la sho la shulu porti ya poto ya mi li ya lo la jen shi li se ni na po ya no mo na so po he ji to ya so po he no mo he ji to ya so po he ji to yu yi shi po yi la he so po he lo la jen shi so po he mo a lo la so po he shi la sen ga mo he xie so po mo he a ji to ye so po he ji je ja la a ji to ye so po he bo to mo je ji to ye so po he lo la jin shi po ke la ye so po he mo po le shen je la ye so po he na mo he la da na do la ye na mo wa li ye po lo ji li so po la ye so po he hong ji dan du man do la be do ye so po he Bore bolo mi dor jin jin kun ji jai pu sha jin shen bore bolo mi do shi jo jan wu yun ji kong du yi ki ku shi li shi she bu yi kong bu yi shi she ji shi kong she shou jin shi yi fu ru shi she li shi fu fa kong zhong bu xing bu mie bu go bu jing bu jan shi wu gong zhong wu xie wu shou zhong jing shi wu yan er bi xie shen yi wu xie xing yang wu wei chu fa wu yan xie ne shi wu yi shi ye wu ming zhen nai shi wu lo shi zhen wu ku xie me dou zhu ji yi wu de yi wu shou de wu po ti sa ru y bo re bo lo mi do gu xian wu guai wu yo kong bu yon li dan do men zhong zhuo zhang ne pian san shi shu fu y bo re bo lo mi do gu de al no do lo san yo san por ti gyur shi bo re bo lo mi do shi da shin zhou shi ar da ming zhou shi yu zhong zhou shi wu ling ding shou ning chui go ge jin shi bu zhu gu zhou bo re bo lo mi do zhou shi shou zhou yu zer di bo lo seng zer di por ti sa pu he nan mo fo to ye nan mo da na mo ye nan mo sing tie yer nan mo gun ji jai po sha mo he sa chora bai jin je ra shi de do an jo Jella fardi shendo moni mohe bong deng ne lu 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 di se ja jola jiarli shaye hong ba shaye an bo sa mo jen bo moni shola hong kan bala tu bonani hong namo san mando mo tor nan abola di herbo shesu lang nan dashi tu ante ke ji hong hong ru walla bola ru walla di se sha ji shi li sho po sha shan ji sha shi li ji sho wa he na no mo po po ya na mo da mo ya na mo sen ke ye anji di hu lu ji du lu ji li po ji da li bulu li sho wa he na mo Bagewari Avala Midaha Yoliana Subini Shirda Tejo Lajaya Daga Daya Alahe Disanyo Sambo Daya Nadar Niatan Sali Basansikeli Pali Shuddha Dala Mardi Geger Nasang Mawu Geri Shabawa Bishurti Maherna Yerbali Wali Shohena Momboke Mapardi Pisha Shejo Lori Bola Po Hela She Yana Do Yerdo Ye Ala Hedi Sanyo Sanbo To Yeraji Tohong Pisha She Sanmo Jeri So Heong Mar Ni Bai Me Hong Magani Yanaji Duda De Bardaje Tejana Dali Gesar Woverta Buri Shita Getna Bula Nana Buri Duta Barna No Malur Yeshu La Yesu Heli Poli Poli Go Hekyo Heri Tulurni Erdini Helari Pilini Di Mohe Keri Ling Candina Mo Wering mi do po yero po turkia torier to mi li do po pi mi li do jidan po pe mi li do pi jidan de merli do pi gerlan do kemini kekeno jido jarli so po he nama po to nan mo da mo nan mo Senkernamo Shilimo Heti Irani Etoboli Polo no Jeli San Manto Dashe Nimo Happy Hair Lord Kerry San Mantojo Boli di Fuli no Wali no da Mori mo Happy Gur Berry mo Hemeli Ledilo Bosen Kerry Girdi Senke Girdi San Mantua Tuanu Polurni Jotien Yen Yan Racing Puwatin Shun Le Hu Yo Wo Tong Jing Gung Shun Shi Yo Shan Shun Miao Shi Min Tian Di Yo Wu Wei Yi Tian Di Yo Wu Beng Shen Or Wan Nu Yo Wei Fu Lu So Xia Shen Yo Wu Ma Hung Ching Shi Vi Chin Shin Yen Ang Da Fu Yi Shi Bi Shan Yan Hing Li Ching Chen Xing Chu Yan Ming Wu Nei Ate he ye ya yogi chi mani tu koko miki soma opoka wa Ate he ye ya yogi chi mari tu koko miki soma opoka wa Oki wa nixista mistarki he yo harna he yo harna he yo Yari artorabi ai kira he yo te ariatorabi ai Gina he yo te yato hartar bi worn gina gini yor te yator hartar bi worn gina gini yo ya hi univa hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na yerna na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi univa hu ya hi univa hi ya yer nerna Yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swavirakini hini swavirakini ni tui na hohu ni tui na hohu warasina na hohu warasina na hohu ni himasi asisi ni himasi asisi Om Nariyara Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmayitano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakanada Naraya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmayitana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatposhariya Virmahe Sasrakshariya Mahadevariya Dharmayitano Rura Prachudaya Om Kanadariya Virmahe Vasudariya Dharmayitano Damti Prachudaya Om Kariyanyaya Virmahe Kanyar Kormariyai Dharmayitano Durga Prachudaya Om Vektavriya Char Virmahe Kamarajariya Dharmayitano Devi Prachudaya Umahadevidaya Chavirmahe Vaishnu Parthya Chandir Mahitano Lakshmi Prachudayat Orvionur Sheshnelinga Tridandur Tetsnati Marsnar Smir Tribas Rimrur Kortir Trias Danduran Tier Sirch Turnatar Sidam Duron Dotter Nemotor Let Me Servum Jori Iluriglas Rinsin Linri Nirna Scroll Motur ordeelt die osni of die boskor basen admir neer martnia nad bar nad ber bab sir dam door naar starvin runi verba hortar morris rosortar morris romorter monur nibela molech nimti bas for fish roar fear Tor morter nim rogbana ter dorsling na tor glas na droslin nim ler thor teol na cure le banacure te bjortin dum tiur cure nan sier te uri nan urle ad murnias en search dar se merda kono termina ser de fu brunni pios nen ber ter moser charndel om doen dit rukul om el anus cherte om lealuar mol am sin searched maar ne Roboter tak ser brenda corta gur corpo molesa robera tens porto nord forum sa domine esa lustor virue esa luster damne esa luster pans esa luster damne esa luster krishna esa luster damne esa luster tur esa luster super papulum tum domine benedictus tua Arte heye yayo arte heye yayo arte heye lo arte heye lo ni tuni shira la winni gele keke tai yeye yayo ni tuni shira la winni gele keke tai yeye yayo arte heye lo ni takuria winni gele keke tai yeye yayo ni takuya winni gele keke tai yeye yayo arte heye lo mi chingshi nante mayorze arte heye lo ini chagekete Inichagekite Artehelo Chanon Pawan Chichaur Pi Chanon Pawan Chichau Pi Artehelo Chanon Pawan Chichau Pi Charon Pawan Chicharu Pi Artehelo Chayani Pikita Artehelo Etuir Chaheu Chani Ho Heu Chuit Chaheu Chani Ho Unko kile chaya heu ho unko kile chaya heu ho arte heilo one nari marniye tatanka one marniye arte heilo let me yo kan kete lo yo let me yo kan kete lo yo taku maki charika hera mitar war yellow yo Taku makai charika hena mita war yellow yo arte heyelo yo arte heyelo yo weya yo min ching shi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi te wakila che ye ya uya te ye ini chagar pikata che ye ya arte ye ini chaka pikata che ye ya ta ye lo Ate ye lo har ye ya yo ha ye ya yo mila kin hi yu mi chi yarna mila hin hi yu mi chi yarna Wawaka blakate ye ye wawaka blakate ye 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 unchi hey yellow yo unchi hey yellow yo puya chini wasna walking gingi kete puya chini wasna walking gin kete unchi hey yellow yo unchi hey yellow ye le hey ya hey ye la hey ya hey ye kangi ye o ya te ye cha ye won wello kangi ye o ya te ye cha ye won wello ni ya te ye he we ni ya te lo he we wan bali galesh ka wan ya ni hi we wan bali galesh ka wan ya ni hi we mi o kan kin wan laki ye Neocon Keen one lucky yeah Hina one lucky Hina one lucky hi yeah hey yeah hi yeah hey yeah hey yeah mi ching shimita waya mi ching shimita waya ate hewe ate eya ya hewelo ate eya ya hewelo Yani Pikatai Yawello, Yani Pikatai Yawello, Wasna Wakinkatai, yeah, Wasna Wakinkatai, yeah, Lechi, yeah, Ipu, yeah, Lechi, Ipu, hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow. Atalena Makuwe, yeah. Atalena Makuwe, yeah. Petra one yan Makuwe, yeah. Petra one yan Makuwe, yeah. Ata Makuwe, yeah. Atu Makuwe, yeah. Ina hekuo, misunkala che, yeah. O marni, yeah. Misunkala che, yeah. O marni, yeah. Ina hekuo, wana sapiketa, wana sapiketa. Wonchi alta zipa michuye, wonchi tazipa michuye, arte heilo, ki narianka galie, hi ki nyankar galie, one lichia, wanasa piketa, ke yarpilo, one lechia, wanasa piketa, he apilo, warni kerter. Kagario warni kerte kagario arte heilo mia warma yankario mia warma yankario kangario yarte wanchanku waga kelo kangario yarte wanchanku wakagelo yari pikatachar yari pikatachakula he yellow Makasiro maniano kio yarte o kio one bale o share horier lo arte heylo Mako one chario kie petekino kie pertekino kie kangio yarte one hoshi heylo arte heylo Wina wakan waka gecha arte heyulo gale kinhan wakan wakagachi arte heyulo chanun pakin wakagachi arte heyulo lumio wakan kinchi chuchi arte heyulo o gale kini nyari karta arte heyulo Minchinshi tahira kupiya minchinshi tahira kupiya Makuche one wash te gali picatate heylo wana wicheshkartie we hurto humani o katano korian wahin kete koyan wahin kete atemichuya wahin kete Nichuya one ninkepete, nichuya ahia, wasna watinkete, ahia, wasna watinkete, hanpa wachige, te wakila lahe, one bleni chala he yellow, one bleni chala har yellow. Hey, yellow wakarni yarni yarkinkete, wakarni yarni Kinkete Changeleshka one lusan inya Nikinkete Changeleshka one lus hani Yarkinkete one warrior garupo one warrior po arte heilo arte heilo. En Israël qui sort ne bien sudin en truas renuzes que plus charade me peruship skopukin jarot katem sekem ne bron fikin chapem yornet skomari basharab ne courageous army ne sparaj zarap problem sutin making new not capacity brama kem nu Tottenham Nabu se komptum tash rong ne point hoy in bu or happen so whoops or one pot na trus min mahal cha doi ros snap de keber mu det nu da beta sen de prot or mi shore da bud ma hita von tot na ma de protect ne protect ta me hita na tigmen du a tegno aso de ti me hia ban ju as ke per was ti me hia per ju ti ju da per ko tu da me keru bena pa pa sara de pa sara pa ni na ma sa happy sar ko happy ignore me ana ordering on plan ke ne karo pa kana mar Korseke thora mo kupi haruta mera rune shrate pe perua hene menelu ruta hero menantu hero benu eru so tabi get ke karten tebeli smanto what kit ken nerds benus ma moror pe ke kindi patsa seven to also rot and tep me keref sare kerus mes ke perun kuris ke linus gume metus min ketu tu metu is kunishes nesu he kera pepret kemnem sinkim tu sure shutim shutas ke perden nui height henu menas nesen and order ke menu put up option make them up set so after that can do man yet he said the Buddha manit men has from pet to den dan shara ket we share a second on pet them third shot to abo second pet second toy or a mambu u kin pet pet you up appointment second or su second toy but na be muta second bus we bus at per bus was and it was extra man head para is good and bosh da sort of me had in the absorb by curse kemet serment that su tik music u separate some new be meskeri ke serment that some have sarhe pet had managed second managed but definitely am capable no horror mas la poplen que suosh na tik shuam set on beseku ne mare tenimi tu trop dramati mare peru skamisha keru nekin saru kari basti hai pada tere kermeti on tebe ne pras reki na babu na tem tem separi ma pa putru neki ne heb ko tem septari ma pa putru reki ne me ne per ne heb kolsjes op heb hanef ne me het heri heb er toe even een bezig dus men toen nu te bak abu je zet ze kera poed mij ordem al tabu zo op zo hij mij zo best nes van korein je vet dus er kennen train captain imren ne terug ken mis toe maar ken dan toe dan ton ken met toe ne per toe door some sushi at die korein jara toe aan het date ne dat die set when names en die joy ken en niks en ik goor zo jare kes en ken me sorry nem sen por zo kema de wabe tu ken nuge kismen wabsik mek waming ne de for but have medical certificate tum sickness gear die nem de jurti wanam sek wanang mo pu short tu lecture amene nun pin pu amne pu so kerika tun tatek nani pu podem mi shorti anu tatem ni pu ma tek ankar senane ni pu wabu di an kete mati in Japan en heri jota sore mo ta premitico kana mamaruta ke kenten tu extend to mene subtiu kenet hedap ne baragi wami tu en pen ma romai tap ne one hit tot up an area madam can we say room market nu ben yen the petty and says that many you can come on never let us sapem so like mo make a many no so robert kapament take message you never ne kapra kinti man no resect per tepen troy and oi per position in never talk I come to se check tam ruek tem na ruek ki aus per tem hot at aus per tem hot at tem poti masud poti to you man get your like some to tek nu trodum nu ne per menu production in net 3 when I am some army boy man I 10 am 10 more totri all taps up take per ma ota men sharat no ami no ke mus kosher na to I per ko petera super gamna no turtin tak so exaka ket no dek wedem turnu nu de ku after breaker 2 in the mech when you tam tin kiu ko bis no fueshing toy me crew through 2 ne priama samen no in per mai huru ne mama ne sik barkamon so palet snats net net tari tap tap em sek per no ku tuk tra taram sana ke ti ko ma ko ka per mes sun tu wai Pram kat mutap ne abu nor team ke sudi senenek ya wa benet set nek tamu hoik net team sekimi patent tormen hen as wor hen nu se ke juri ne skedet o koma in jet wood net tri won he utet su mesu job tu peja diet no henek peja ne shek nu kwef ko prom to war on a patum amen masaru du asatan to mere go ne ne shek crash or ku tiari des kam amunen ke zakka pruta fun tafu mutu Repelage on the drone, American Corona, Pesrek, I never in Chicago, the true number of short Karaner, Shebeka, can correct American motor view, Secret Captain Gold technology shot on a filming an engine who I had away, so the Penepa wash up as wash as a homage, sir. Mine wouldn't be on us and a second on any second any Saturday, so the Sharini Sadionam Suno Capram Capri Caperna Capra Capro Capra Nepim Capra Capram Penam Tramon Bami Yasuna Urna Antena ten months in Cabal, they were not and Manikibiak, they were necessarily sort of by good about my mate to I do to the Ranis ready to Asabigatunai and Gabae. Se va presione con un iPhone naturligtvis sarebbe uomo su abösgen spusuti så kan en för mig uskari jag kanske rätt och man betem ta i nätter kan den makaru mon efsen tu na bi kan bro astro erushum su om woman is skete per antinga maru mon efsen tu na bi som det sikken ko abe ko abe ko abse mek interne ko abe kan men efsen mo kar kar stroich ben gi bar sati ka ber ke men kar pa ko na ben kar pa ke ne akne trua ne shlem be shvet ke di hat ne ke no no heb shvet ne di ke you had substance kana shvet wa na mek you sare ke ben men loosening because in ne shvet me ke di ra ko Tarna Rujura Requa Premaca Prenda Padensuna da Pisa Picapum Yore Suek Preshek Nushu Heptimony Betany Nepti Wabnapning and Horam Sarasic Tabracan and Nuti of Simony for Mansikapsanum Tevas and Jaramapas Calapis Robes Sarap Sarina Capriwas and Soon Kabapi Kamahotam Thora Prunchu Neptui at Piata Pin after Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rows of blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate in a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compasiana Compa Newt Geb Newt Kepra Ra Tuma Tum Kansu Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shim Truina, I Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shim Truina, I Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shim Truina. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to Earth. Please be careful about touching anything. Best to keep hands and feet inside the vehicle, because you just might contract something you can't even see. Humans are pretty crafty at what they give each other and don't even have any evidence of it. But it's okay. They're not too feral. We can work with them here. Small steps. If I take a big step, oh my gosh, I'm gonna fall and be like, bam, I'm gonna hit the floor. Small steps. I gotta change hats too. Well, you know, I'm not wearing a hat, but you know what I'm saying. One moment. Alright. Bada bada boom. Go somewhere. Let's go to the moon. Uh-huh. Let's go. I sail the sea. Seeing right where your heart might be. Cruising with me. Black in the bag. What do you say, Jack? Run home, Jack. Run home, Jack. Run home, Jack. No! Home run, Jack. Home run, Jack. So Captain Hook did with his people. They had the sign backwards. They didn't even know what they were doing. Evil people wanted to kill and do whatever bad stuff was. And they were telling Jack, by mistake, who was Peter Pan's son, to run home. Said, run home. Captain Hook comes along. You're doing it wrong. Home run. They were playing baseball. Get a home run, Jack. He was up to bat. I run home every moment of my life. But that home I found is the whole world. And I respect my world, people. Just because I live here don't mean it's mine. I understand all that proper stuff now. But my home, I talk about it every day, every single day. This is what I'm giving away. I'm not even selling it. It's free. It's your peace and happiness. Because that's a nice home. That's a nice home to be at. That's familiar for me. That peace. I start getting chaos and worries and troubles and it better be on a movie or else I'm probably gonna take off. I'm not anymore. Why did you stick around that long? Oh, that's right. Cause when you get involved in something, you're in it till the wheels fall off, right? Till the wheels fall off. Not me. I start getting a little shake, a little wobble in the vehicle. Yo, guys, can we pull over? There's something. I'm looking out the window and I see something fucking going, and we all feeling it. But let's get out. Let's not keep driving. Just. I got this baseball, and right now I'm really kind of stuck with the lion and tiger, predator animal energy right now. But I've had this for a while. Check out this baseball. I don't know what happened before I got it, and it's as hard as a baseball. But it got smashed by something. It's not very much a ball anymore. But I like the stripe. I like the tiger stripes a little bit too much to just toss it in the trash can. What's the weather for Earth? Catastrophic, with a chance of a smiling laugh. You really don't have to guess what the forecast is. It's generally the same. Isn't it interesting how a person does good or bad? And yeah, I did that backwards. Depending when they get money. Like I was thinking about it, like the beginning end of the month, people generally get paid. So generally speaking, pretty people are happy and they got a little extra patience because they could throw down whatever and move past it, or they got something in their pocket they know they can go do otherwise. So they're not stuck with all the problems. They got money solution. And during the full moon, time and time again, go ahead and drive, check when the full moon is, whenever the next full moon is, and when you go driving on that day, notice, you're gonna notice how people are fucking assholes. Look, you don't even have to mark it on your calendar. If you go driving every day, when everybody seems like a exceptionally like super not nice and super in a hurry, that's probably the full moon, or the full moon is just hit. It's just about to hit. Because people are trying to wrap things up. They don't have a lot of time. They don't, not something they're very consciously aware of, but they sense it in other aspects. So all I was really doing is bringing out the comparative realities of the circumstances of how one acts under circumstances. Okay, I got money, so then I'm happy and I'm patient. I ran out of time, and typically when the full moon hits, I mean, it changes up with our calendar system the way it is. Who the fuck knows? I mean, it's if we went by the moon, okay, and we had proper months, we wouldn't have a single supermoon. None of them. Or blue moon. I think it's a blue moon. It's a blue moon. A blue moon. Is it a blue moon? It's a full moon that happens twice in the same month, if I'm not mistaken. And so if we actually went by the calendar according to the fucking moon, there'd be no blue moon. Cause there's one full moon per freaking month. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should look at it. Anyways. I'll tell you things I'm not 100% sure on. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty close to there, but I could be wrong. There was one point in my history where I studied the moon and the stars and the pedigree and the fucking naughty. I got them written down in one of my books. I wrote it all out. Perphilion. I'm saying it wrong. It's like what the planet is farthest from the planet versus closest to our planet or the sun or some shit like that. Planetary stuff's just pretty awesome stuff. Thanks. Next full moon, which will peak on Wednesday, July 29th at 10:36 a.m. Eastern. I, I think EST and EDT are the same. I think, man. I'm used to going by Eastern. Whatever. I don't know. I've looked it up before. I've looked up so much stuff, and that's what I do when I get into something like all these languages and watches and stuff. I wind up going and reading the English side, and I see what it says, and I'm like, Psh, I'm there, bro. And then I start reading it in the other language, and I forget what it means, and I have no clue what the fuck I'm reading anymore, but I know I read it at one point, and I know I agree with it, and I know it fits into my formula, the way I put everything together and the way it's arranged. So I trust myself and what I set up so that I can forget all the stupid little details. That's what I did. So I could be a kid and play and have fun. Because if you're busy remembering all the details, then you're all, oh, what do I don't have anymore? Oh. But if you fucking don't give about that shit, then you're like a little kid and you're like, woohoo, it's a new day. And you know, maybe my toys got taken away yesterday, or something broke, or I got lost. But you know what? It's a new freaking day, and I'm gonna run out into the woods and I'm gonna find something new. I'm gonna have fun with something. Life's always open if you have the power to let your mind remain free. It's not easy, but it's possible. Hey, what do you do over there, Buster? Come on, but now. We are live every single day without let up. 5 a.m. to 5:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which translates into negative 4 GMT if you're in another part of the world. And this is what I want to share with everybody watching. I want you to understand that the entire world is going to tell you what they each think you should be doing with your life. And not one of those people were a master of anything, not even their own fucking life. And if you looked at it and they ripped out their problems and they said, here's my life, all detailed out, you'd say, that's a shit show. Why the fuck would I listen to a person like you? Hell no. Not heavens, yes, not hell's, yes. Just no. Do not follow what other people try to control you into doing. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. If they want to heckle from the side, let them write a goddamn newspaper. Maybe they can get fucking rich and start a club. Wonderful. Thanks for appreciating my life, motherfucker. Now that everybody's watching, what do I want to really say? Well, let me dress a certain way, let me talk a certain way, and no matter what I do, where I am, that message is going to get the fuck through. Use that shit. Use the fucking hate for fuel. Come on, they're giving you attention. That attention is love and praise. You know how many people just like me and you are home alone, fucking all by ourselves? Fuck, you want to give me some attention? Go on, give me all the attention you want. Don't mean I'm going to be your best friend. Don't mean I give a fuck what goes on with your life, whether you learn something or not. Like, I give a fuck. Look, you do what you do over there. I'll do what I do over here. Like, I'll be a master. You could do whatever the fuck you do. I don't give a fuck. Everybody will try to tell you what to do. Everybody thinks that they are the player and you happen to be a fucking controller. And they're like, take a left. Now you have to take a right. Motherfucker, I'm playing the game. It's my fucking choice. Go do your own life. You want to go fucking pull your own shit? Pull your own shit. You want to fuck with somebody else? Fuck with somebody else. Me? I'm going to do what I do. And if you want to keep fucking with me, you won't find out what a rodeo's like. I'm always put on a show. Why do you think I'm dressed? I'm dressed. If the fucking shit's going on, if the people are around, I don't give a fuck where it is. Fucking pop up a fucking music, a speaker, play a goddamn instrument, I'll start dancing. Boom, we got a it's gonna start. Everybody like to be like a drone. Everybody else is quiet and in line, and you ain't say anything. You don't get in trouble if I go, wow! What the fuck? Why not? You didn't break a law. Woohoo! And a moment of silence where everybody's just fucking standing there doing nothing in a line to buy their groceries, standing like with crotch up to ass, like they're gonna go somewhere. Dude, back up off my fucking ass. What the fuck's the problem? That's what I do for my mom. Well, I knew they'd want to be up on my ass one way or another, so I never asked that question. But when I was a kid, they'd do that to my mom all the time, you know. And so she'd had me stand like 4 feet behind her. No, I'm with her. You could stay the fuck behind me. My mom's gonna have some room to do what the fuck she wants. Back up, bitch. Not all those words came out, but all you need is a good set of eyes and to stand your ground. And they get the fucking message. I'm used to people wanting to be up my ass, figuratively and literally. It gets irritating. Just be a fucking friend. So hard to find a friend in the world. Just a real, genuine friend. And I found a few. I found more than a few. I found a few best friends, actually. And that takes a lot of quitting on crapastic people. I said crapastic. Crapastic. Yes, that's what crapastic. You heard it here first, and you're free to use it. Brought to you by Cetra. Crapastic. Oh my god. So I just left them. I didn't try to fix them. I didn't try to help them. I just fuck it. I already see where it is. I tried to help somebody like that, and I got pulled down in the dumps. Nope. So I gave up a lot. I quit on a lot because they weren't there anyways. They were posing, they were faking, they were lying. Their heart wasn't there. They weren't ready, whatever the case might have been. So that's what helped me find the people who are true. And like I've said before, love that is true. I don't need to be in love with somebody. I don't need to get a blink blink on. I don't need to have, oh, I love you, Mom. But to know that someone has love that is true, love that won't falter, love that's going to stand. They might be in a room where a bunch of people are talking negatively about me, and they already know the situation. And they decide to stick around and listen just to gather some information and then come chat with me afterwards and be like, yo, bro, just let you know what's going on. I love you. I care about you. Whatever the case. But love that ain't true, it's going to jump in on the conversation. It's going to say, oh, yeah, it's going to play a whole nother coin that to them was real. To fit in, because that's the way they felt, Because that's how they are. It don't matter to me none. Love that is true, that's rare. That has to be grown, that has to be developed, that has to have a mom, a dad, a teacher, a confidant, that has to have someone, someone in your life had to show you the qualities of love. And you didn't learn that all these qualities equal the real embodiment of love. Because chaos doesn't survive. It comes back. Chaos keeps coming back, but it don't survive. That's interesting. What do I mean? Well, you think of a storm, it comes up and it dissipates out. Um, I guess for the exception of, fuck. I don't want to say the wrong planet name on air, or else I would say planet name right away. So if you know it, go ahead and fit it in. But at the top of the planet or whatever, it's got like fucking 6 sides at the top of it. It's got that storm in a straight up like hexagonal fucking shape. Like, what the hell's going on over there? That storm hasn't quit. That one's kept going. That chaos has been pretty eternal. So, planetary choice of words. Some planets' chaos is eternal. Just let it live over there. Stays right there all the time. It has its own shape and everything. Oh, you're chaos too? Into the storm with you. That'd be fucked up. Don't make me. I'm just me. I don't know how to run. I don't know how to do other things. I know how to be me. I wanted to say Saturn. I was thinking it was Saturn. Whoa, cool user. Uh, as far as GT7, uh, I read your comments from time to time as I scroll through, so I don't ignore your presence. In my viewing and seeing and stuff, and there's a bunch of stuff you say I completely don't agree with, but I can respect you for who you are and let you do your thing. And so typically you're not a bother, regardless of what I see you say. I'm happy that you're still here, actually, and just being you. So, people who are pissed off by it, well, maybe they just need to learn how to be okay with you, and they'll might learn some skills in life that'll help them get along better. I don't know. I mean, you're cool in my book. You're all right with me. It's the difference. The difference is, and I'm not saying this is the situation at all, but I'm just in my own head. I kind of take it to the elevated degree, but and it's go on, go want a little firecracker or something. Something like a wind up and just it flies off like that. Just not. It doesn't bash into the wall. It doesn't explode or make a mess. It's just like bumps into something, like it's foam or something, like a thought just letting it go away. That'd be great. I'm always thinking about a movie like this movie I'm making. Like, okay, so like a part in this movie would be like there would be like 100 different Jesuses in this movie, and you're like wondering what the fuck you're gonna do with 100 different Jesuses. Okay, look, every single time somebody goes Jesus Christ, dude walks in. You know, you got Mexican Jesus, you got white Jesus, you got like black Jesus. You know, you got like all the different kinds of Jesus out there, right? For everybody, every group. And so, like, every single time somebody says Jesus Christ, then Jesus walks in the room and he's like, yes? Did you need something? And then they're like, nah, I was just being sarcastic. He's like, damn it. And he walks away. So every single time he's called, like, Jesus shows up resurrected. Oh, and everybody's like, no, I wasn't talking about you. When Jesus goes back up to heaven and he's like, yeah, I don't know what's going on with earth right now, but they're saying names and words and they don't mean what they say. Everything's just got its own. They're making it up as they go along at this point. I don't know how else to make sense of it. And then they're like, all of heaven's like, oh, that makes sense. You know, because in Eden, God was running around like, Adam, where are you? Couldn't see shit. Mr. Omnipotent couldn't fucking see and find Adam. Somebody need to put a bell on him or something. That's how the spirits find you, is with sound. Spirits are, they can't, you know, they can hear, but they can't see so well in comparison. And it gets technical after that, but they can hear really good. So bells are solid. Bells attract uh, brighter energy, and that's why bad things run away from bells. And you can buy a bell. You don't have to have a Tartarian fucking goddamn huge bell. You get a little bell. You get this kind of bell carried out with you. You can get bells on your fucking wrist. See the little bell I got right there. The little one. They come like in a pack of 12 or something. You know? You can get any old kind of bell. Carry it with you. You're not feeling good? Look, this one. Look, check this out. The inside of it. This is really cool. Look, the inside of this bell. The I lost it. The ding. I don't know where it went. So I put another bell that I lost the bell inside the little thing in there, and that's what I hung. So a bell rings the bell. You know, I mean, like, sheesh, you do anything. I can hear somebody's head rolling, and they're like, okay, so like a bell within a bell within a bell. I'd do it if I could. I would. Okay, I got a new one.
I said this yesterday and it was funny when I said it, so maybe it won't be funny and maybe it will be funny, but we're gonna try it out anyways. We're gonna share it anyways. Okay, so all the police officers are gonna get an update and they're gonna have first responder training for medical. So the cop cars, they're just gonna refit the ambulances with red and blue on top. Whoa. So they can heal the people after, just in case something bad happens in the pursuit, they could be ready, right? Because they go, boom, they be right there. They won't have to wait on the ambulance. I'm just thinking out loud. It's just like, it was funny. I was watching a comedy program. And, I don't know, man. I see certain images, and one thing puts together with another thing, and I'm like, boom, and then I have an idea. I ain't saying it should be done, but I was like, that's actually a pretty dang good idea. My mom, she used to work at an alternative school, like a bad, like when you got kicked out of alternative school, you went to the school that my mom taught at, and my mom was like 5'3". She was 5'6" at first, but then like by the end she got a little shorter. But she was trained how to take somebody down like twice her size. She went through the training and all of that. So she was aware of like how to defend herself in case something really did break out and fucking happen, man. I don't know. Maybe they are trained in all that stuff. I don't know. Would be wise. Bellception. Bellception. Okay, going back to the bell for a second, like this is real. I'm not kidding. I literally have a belt of bells that I wear with me when I go out. And I was at this one place and the people were being really nasty in front of me, like just their mannerisms, what they were talking about, just not cool. Bad vibes, complaining, just ugh. And so I just started wiggling my hips. I just started my bells going back and forth, and their bad conversation turned into making fun of me. And I said, well, I'd rather them make fun of me than talk like they were talking. And then they started laughing, and then they started talking about something else, and then they completely stopped paying attention to me, and they were happy and not mean and talking about something into a positive something, and they weren't so ugly with whatever they were talking about. And I was like, okay, I put stop with my bells. It really works. It really works. And an interesting piece, interesting factoid. If you can get your hands on a pure silver bell, it doesn't have to be big, it does not have to be thick. A little thing, but a pure, not silver plated, but a pure silver bell. The sound that frequency vibrates at, what it does to the brain is it fast forwards the thinking process. It causes thought to advance. So I used to have a silver bell, and it's very special to me, very dear. And I would notice that people that did not like it
I could literally match it with who they were and their character and everything, that they didn't care to think about things. They wanted to ignore everything. 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 Ultimately, whatever they acted like they were paying attention to, that was just in conversation. Their mind was somewhere else. Their mouth was in one place, their mind was somewhere else. And then those who it seemed not to bother, they went right with them. They like to think, they like to progress the conversation, they like to delve deeper, they like to push their mind a bit. Interesting characteristics brought out, each different metal associated. If you didn't know, there's a different particular metal associated with each chakra, and we technically have 9, not 7. 9 primary, not 7. In any regard, each chakra has a metal associated with it, and that is the purpose of a shaman and the bells, was that the bells were to awaken each chakra. So by an individual walker, shamanic, connected with earth, and person walks around, they got these bells, your chakras are going boom, 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 boom. They're turning on because the actual vibration is hitting them, and that's like the startup engine. I got the vibration now. Holy shit! You put a stone in a pond that has no movement, and what happens? You got a ripple. You got several ripples. Same shit. I am not aware of anybody that sells a chakra set of bells. I've looked mine up and got mine as I got them, but I've never technically acquired a gold bell. I had a silver bell. I don't have it anymore. Pure solid silver bell. It's thin. It's thin, and it's more of a gift than anything. I did pay for it, but on a technical, like I got a good deal. Anyways, a great deal. Anyways, but I've looked, and it don't seem like people sell gold bells. Maybe something else, maybe a special order or something. But that certainly was not something I could pull up readily easily. And this is why going and being part of particular ceremonies or processes are very important, is because some of these items they have in one spot they bring out for the ceremony or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying all do. Some, I had a whole set of sound bowls, and they were just brass. I believe they were brass, copper. I don't know. I don't remember, to be completely honest with you. They were painted different colors, and they were different sizes. They correlated with the chakras, and those were quite literally stolen from me. So I got one left, but it was the one that's different from the whole set. But I would play the sound bowls, and it would be rather active for the chakras. My gong is pretty effective, but the sound bowls do have a different effect. I've not been gravitated towards the crystal sound bowls. Why? Uh, im- Impractical for travel, size and everything. I don't know. Maybe to other people not, because you come in the thing or whatever. But I don't know. The metal ones, you gotta have some skill, I guess. I mean, you can't just do the thing, you know. And those crystal ones, it's just like, I don't know, they're too easy. I don't know. I don't know why. Um, okay, here's what I would do. If I got a crystal sound bowl, I would fill it with my stones. I would fill it. I would say energy. I would put other items in and around it. I would turn it into a talisman appropriately itself, and then I'd probably be pretty satisfied with it. But as far as hearing other people or being present for other people playing it, it felt great. But with mine, I can take this sound bowl and I can walk around a person. I can go up and down. I can carry it for moments. I can use several of them. And I've learned that if I'm going to do a jam or a sound healing or something of that matter for somebody, I want to take that sound completely around them. It was interesting because I had this construct before when I first started doing it. There was nothing I had seen or heard about people doing of this sort before. And so essentially, I have my portal on the ground circle. Well, it's an oval right now within a rectangle, but I had the portal of stones there, and the person would stand in the middle, and I would play the sound bowl close to the stones along the ground first, continuously. So literally, the sound, as I saw it and understood it, without any scientific understanding, without any motherfucking shit being published. I did this before all that shit was done, and I took my sound bowl and I put it over the stones, and that activated the energy within the stones. And then I came inside and I went around the person closer. Like I had different setups. So some I could stay outside the portal and they would be inside, and some I could walk inside with them and go around them closer, just depending on how things was. But I got bells all over me and I had my belt of bells so the person could hear me 24/7. And my only instruction is just close your eyes. You can hear where I am. You'll hear me 24/7, moving all around you. You got sound all around me. Nobody's going to touch you. Nobody's coming through that door. Nobody's going to bother with you. It's, you're good. And so I would do that. I would do that. And the sound going from their feet all the way up to their, well, technically, I would do the ground, the stones, and then I would come up to the root chakra, and then I would work it up, like spiraling up to the top of the head with the crown chakra, and then not pulling it out, but letting it like extend and reach out. And people would have all sorts of visions and experiences and shit, and I'm like, wow, that's cool. Like, I never had one. I never had that experience. I did it for other people, but I didn't have it. And then the universe was like, look, you did this for so many people, you get to have it today. And I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. Dude, I know what taking mushrooms is like. I know what a mushroom trip is like. And out of freaking nowhere, I didn't take no mushrooms. I did not take no motherfucking mushrooms. If I had weed, maybe I had weed, but those were days I did not have much weed. I was happy when somebody brought me some and to smoke with them. And I was higher than a kite. Mushroom trip engaged. This what I've been making people feel? Yup. Oh, damn. Yeah, you needed to know what you were doing. There's nobody who's going to come do it for you. There ain't a single person around that's going to come do it for you. So we just have to give it to you. And that literally, I'd have the experiences that I would just be providing for people, and that's how I would become aware and confirm and affirm for myself what was actually happening and transpiring. There was one point I sat, I had to do the sound bowls for a long time for myself and get them going and then kind of pass them behind my back to keep the sound going because I wanted the sound to be completely around me, you know what I'm saying? So like I had to do it different for myself, but like even in but and it took longer. It took like 45 minutes for me to get there for myself, 30 to 45 minutes versus doing it for somebody was like uh fucking 5 minutes or less, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, not even 10 minutes, and they'd be having out of body experiences, fucking seeing all sorts of stuff. Sound is powerful, especially when matched with the stones. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again today. There is energy contained within stones, and by playing a sound bowl, literally a sound bowl, this kind of guy right here. Uh, I would play it, but maybe I should. I'll be honest, this one, sometimes we get sound, sometimes we don't. But I got a buddy sleeping on the other side here. So I try not to go off the wall bonkers with my noise here. Or else we'd have a much more lively show. But hey, I've lived in a lot of different places, and um, I'm happy. I am happy. Don't get me wrong in any regard. Yo, I love the 18, bro. Did I associate with these individuals? Which individuals still haunted? I'm scrolling up to see if there's comments, or was it people I was talking about? I move topic wise so fast. You're funny, Robbie. I don't know. I've had like maybe, I don't know, 15 hits on my weed stick or something. I don't know, over the course of since, I don't know, maybe less. Ballparking it here, I don't count. You know what? I'm gonna jump on this one right here. I'm gonna jump on this one. Hey, I love the DARE program. I love the DARE program. Uh, it's how I found weed, man. It's how I found it. Depression kicked in at the age of 15. Some shit with my dad, and my brain went fucking. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it, dude. Psychologically, emotionally, I just couldn't fucking handle the reality that just fucking opened up to my world. And I was like, I remember how them people looked into their book. They were like, and I was like, That's what I want to be. Weed, weed. They talked about weed, weed. That's what I knew some upper grade classmen that lived around the area where I was living, but I had to go some apartments, and then I asked the whole group because they were all hanging out at the park at night, and I was like, "Yo, I want to smoke weed. I want to smoke some weed," and like they all fucking smoked weed, and none of them would fucking smoke weed, give me any weed or nothing. Like, they wouldn't sell it to me or nothing. So then the next day, I knew some other people, and I went over to their house, but they were like not good people. And I had been smoking over there for like fucking 2 hours, and was not high because even though I had been smoking cigarettes since the age of 10, I was technically not inhaling. I had never inhaled anything of the smoke wise. And so I was sitting there and I wasn't inhaling it. And these two dudes who I see as early spiritual mentors, I didn't realize this at the time, but I see it years later, that these two dudes saw me there, who saw me the night before, and they were like, "Come with us, bro." And I went with them, and they got the bong set up and loaded it and everything, and like did everything for me and told me just to inhale and what to do. And they didn't make fun of me, dude. They didn't. I even knocked the dude's guitar over. Like, it didn't break or anything. It didn't like fall flat, but I did like bump it, and they weren't assholes to me. They weren't mean to me. They didn't get angry at me. They were cool with me. And they taught me. They taught me how to go on a spiritual journey. Like, I didn't even know it, but they're like, "Nah, do it like this. Like this. This is how you this is." They showed me how to get high, and they didn't use these words, but they showed me how to go on my own spiritual journeys, and to use it. And using it like that. And then when I learned about active meditation and stuff and techniques like that, I was like, "Holy fuck, I've been doing this. I've been experiencing what I'm reading about. Like, I've been doing. Like, I didn't know somebody fucking wrote a book on this stuff. Like, holy shit. Okay, cool. And it fucking actually works. I don't have to speak their language. I just know that what I'm doing actually works. Is there anything in that system I'm not doing? Let me see. Maybe I'll pluck that out of there and add it to what I'm doing to work better. Good. I was missing that part. Good deal. And I'll keep moving on with this success with the recipe that I've been cooking with my whole life. As an alchemist, being able to manifest a solution to any problem or situation or issue popping up, stopping me from living, from being provided for one way or another, so that I can make it till tomorrow and keep on breathing. Oh, oh, that gives it a different perspective. Well, see, okay, I've been sharing a lot of different esoteric techniques, but just shared as real plain day kind of stuff, which happens. Magical stuff happens every day. We do this. But it was like I was imagining like my kiddos at school or something. And then I was like, what would I do? If they were in my life, what would I do? I'd teach them how to find the fucking bully who's causing societal problems within my network of friends. And then I would do a bunch of good stuff for everybody, even people I don't like, and even people I hate. I'm gonna do good stuff for everybody. There's no exclusion. Everybody gets it good. I'll even give it to the bully. But I don't know who they are yet. So when I do this, people are going to start talking about me. There's going to be conversations. And the bully Whoever the bully is. Now, what I did was out of love. I don't want no fucking reward. I don't give a shit for praise. I don't give a fuck about none of that. But the bully, the real bully in that whole community, they're gonna get jealous. Because the bully wants to be Mr. Popular or Mrs. And that bully gonna pop up their head and they're gonna attack the person that helped everybody. Ooh. Hey everybody, I think we got something in common. If you pay attention to this person, you're gonna notice that all the fucked up shit in your life happens because they were around. Test it out. Have a good day. That's what I would teach them how to do. In every single motherfucking underhanded, overhanded, equal, unequal, I don't give a shit. The bullies were never nice nor fair to me. My mama taught me, oh, you thought the world was fair? Fair? You'll wake up one day. Fuck being fair. Fuck that. Nah. When it comes to happiness and peace and love, let's stand up for that. Protect that. And the people, they'll get all the attention they need themselves. Sometimes they just need a hero or a villain to pop up, and they will show up right out of the midst of everybody else that's standing there. Oh, hello! Now we can put on the show for everybody. And now everybody will learn the truth as we act out what has been lied to everybody behind the scenes. They could see what you've been doing. All the while, I'll let it happen to me in public. I don't care if you stomp my face in. Afterwards, everybody's gonna fucking know exactly who you are. That means you lose. Because your lies just fucking broke apart. I could survive whatever beating comes my way. That's a fact. That's one thing I know my life has in store for it. I'm not saying I'm invincible. I bleed, I get cut, whatever the case. I'm very much skin, human flesh like you. But for my track record, I would say I got a track record of survival through some extreme odds. People fear the end of their physical life. But when one truly, for me, truly connecting with the divine, with the spirit, with as many miracles that have manifested in my life that I never expected, that keep happening out of nowhere in the alignments, it's just the egg breaking out of it's the life breaking out of the shell, man. This human body is like an egg, and when our soul grows beyond a human body, well, then the flesh can't contain it anymore. It's time for it to grow and move on and become something else. And that's a beautiful reality. That's a crazy. And when I'm reminded of that every single day of my life, literally, quite literally, I don't look at the end and see a bad thing. I look at the end and I say, so that's the next big step. That's the next big step to take. It's why we chase peace every day. Because at that final moment, may it come far, far in the future, at a time of peace and without pain, for all. and any. But there's one way to really move your heart forward. There's one way for your soul to truly be lighter than a feather, and that is to be at peace. To be at peace means your soul can ascend. To not be at peace means that it has weight, and you're going to live another life as human. You're going to stay here. Some people want to stay on Earth. Some people want to move the fuck on. And this is why peace is so important. Living one vibrational energy every single day, no matter what happens, no matter what's gained, no matter what's lost, no matter what opposition, no matter what flows. Because at the end of one's life, for all that one has lost and gained, to be at peace at that moment would have been training for years and years and years, brought into a single moment for true ascension after this life. You cannot take a chaotic signal and just fit it into a symphony. I mean, like, you could force it in there, but if you just took some disruptive, chaotic frequency, untrained, on anything, versus all these people who've been and spent years and done this and that and that and this and this and that, and they're professional musicians, and you're just going to have somebody who knows nothing. I mean, not a savant, not some good person who just doesn't literally just no, it's just going to completely destroy the symphony. It's a wreck. So a chaotic frequency cannot enter a realm known as heaven, which is a state of peace, calm, bliss, ease. You don't think of that place as complicated and burdensome and worries and, oh, I gotta wait in another line. No, you don't think of that place like that. Not at all. Everything is groovy over there, right? At least that's what I thought. Okay, I got a joke, but some people could get massively offended by it. So, I'm gonna say it anyways. Look, I don't know how long ago it was, but it was this. Let's start off here. I love my life. I want to live my life a long time. This is all in jest, legit jest here. But there was this news coverage or whatever, and somebody was at the top of the bridge, and they said they were like, whatever, the cops are there, it was live coverage, whatever the case. And I was like, dude, if something in life moved me into that direction, it's not going to, but if I was up there, I'd be dressed up like Superman or Casper or fucking Peter Pan, dude. Because if I start fucking flying, I better be suited up for the fucking role. God's like, not this one. You could hate me, it's okay, I don't care. hope everything ended well, and I hope they lived, and I hope they saw some light at the end of their tunnel, whatever it ended for them. But generally, I put myself in other people's shoes just as, what would I do with that situation? That's how I've dealt with things throughout my whole life. I put myself in someone else's situation, and then I look at what I would do with what I know, and then after that, I quickly adjust my mental mind to see their limitations. They can't do all the stuff I do. They don't do the stuff I do. Maybe they could do it, and maybe I could show them a couple of things and do the other thing that they couldn't. They couldn't do the third. They couldn't learn the third thing. So I'll do the third thing. They could do the other two things. Whatever. But that's kind of the regard. Like I have this little saying. I I don't talk about people behind their back. If I'm going to talk about somebody and they're not present, I'm talking about how I can help them. What good could I do? And if there's not good that I can do, then there's no reason for me to be chatting about somebody else's business. So I always just plug myself into things, not to be selfish, not to be, uh, you know, hot headed or big headed or anything like that. But what would I do there? How I would react? I never dealt with that before. Interesting. And those scenarios, those options that can run through the mind, they can go through the heart. You can really understand where somebody is. And sometimes I've done that. And I did that for one person in particular. This person, I asked them the question. Whatever the question was, I was the one to ask the question. And after he explained it, it was the bit of information I couldn't make sense of who he was, because he gave up. He just gave up. And I said, why? Essentially, why'd you give up? Why just give up? And he came back and he gave some remarks of the world and what the future looks like and what the present is, and that's why. And I was like, well, I couldn't challenge him. I mean, for my own right, I'm not going to give up on that account. I don't care. I'm not going to on that doesn't change what I'm doing. But for his account, for who he is, you know what? Okay, I can accept you being who you are through and through. I can accept all the stuff I don't like and everything. I don't live with you or anything like. I can accept who you are. I can accept you being the way. I don't need to change you. I don't need to try to make you happier. I just be a friend when you're around, and that's the best we can do for each other. Cause for you being a friend to me and me being a friend to you, you know what? I enjoy the camaraderie. You enjoy the camaraderie that encourages us both. Fuck, cheers, bro. Like. And so a lot of times, sometimes that explanation has allowed me to be able to just simply accept people for who they are, and not try to change them, but just let it be. And as long as, like, for my own personal boundaries, like I mentioned those if they come up, or maybe maybe I cross the boundary, the other person, they can mention, hey, that's not cool, whatever the case. We respect each other on those boundaries, and we can maintain hospitable encounters. The more hospitable encounters, the more positive things happening. This is trust that is built, and thus which is earned. To simply freely give trust to somebody is truly a foolish and erroneous thing to do. To purely just give 100% trust to a new person because they said something that's right on board with me does not mean that they're aces through and through. And I'm not saying they're a bad person, we just not might thoroughly match. That's all. And so for me, I do my utmost to be aware of that so that I can have a positive encounter We can learn, maybe, maybe not. And it, like I've said before, there's the people that wind up still hanging out after that kind of event gets all the way to the end, and then people still choose to hang out. Shit, that person's aces in my books. I ain't saying I agreeing with them. I ain't saying I support what they do. I ain't saying I'm sending money for what they do. But fuck it, you know what? I'm cool with you. You cool with me? I ain't got no qualm. And I really like symmetry. I really like in the sense of things coming together. I don't have every angle covered in life. I don't have every single aspect covered to be able to see the world. And I must look at other angles and other perspectives and hear other people out and accept how they are. Because maybe somebody else needed to see. Maybe somebody else needed to interact with. Maybe they were a teacher to somebody else. Maybe somebody needed to learn patience, and that person happened to be the perfect one to present that challenge. That consistent daily challenge. And that's really what I kind of do for my life, actually thinking about it. I generally have a yearly challenge. I like to do something different. One whole year, a whole year of my life was spent to that. Boom, that's this little challenge. Well, did that. Yeah, I like to do those. I like to do yearly challenges, not resolutions, challenges. And and then uh, and then I also like to work daily. I work on a regular basis. I have daily challenges, and these daily challenges are essentially when I wake up and my day's getting going. I get a feel for the direction of what I'm gonna do, what I want to do, what I'm gonna do. Maybe something scheduled to be done. So, got that going on. So I'm prepping myself up, building myself up for that. And so I create my own little daily challenges. So when people ask, or they're like, hey, they want me to go help do something randomly all of a sudden. Well, actually, I have things I'm quite literally in the middle of. I'd like to, but if you let me know, just give me 24 hours heads up. Shoot, maybe even the night before. Just call me before fucking bed. Let me know, that's what you want to do tomorrow. I'll call you first thing in the morning, let you know how I feel if I'm up for it. Easy enough. But just spontaneous. For me, I like to prep myself up. I like to shift my energy. When I say prep myself up, I mean shift my energy because I'm going to be in that environment. I'm going to be engaging that material. That's going to be my focus. Whatever the entertainment, whatever the discussion, whatever the shopping or looking or whatever the heck is going on, I want to be in the mindset for wherever I'm going to be going. And so I need to be tapping in. I need to be focused. I need to shift into the correct energy to be good and conducive in that setting. That's what I like to do. That's what I like to do. And I really appreciate people who understand things. You ever help that one person? Always help them. They ask for help, you there. Just at the drop of a dime, you there. And then you ask them for something, they don't show up ever. And then one time you're late, and they just bust your balls every single time you see them. Oh, you're late. Oh, you're late. And they forget every single time you were there before. Not on time, but shit, sometimes fucking before. Show, having to show up, right? Yeah, I got you, bro. Boom, let's go do it. Hop in the car. Got you. And they don't remember all of that. They don't have patience. They can't compliment you on all the good. They can only remember the one or few bad mistakes. Well, then I already know what my future's going to entail. And that's going to be me moving on away from that person. I'm just not going to be hanging out with them. I'm not. Their head is somewhere else. I don't even need to know where it is. I don't need to guess it. Don't need to insult it. Don't need to do nothing with it. I just need to move in another direction now. And so I've learned, rather than giving complete trust to somebody, I will use personal information of my own account that is personal to me, and I will share something. There's a slice of my heart. What you gonna do with it? And I've had people, and they were nice to me and nice to me and nice to me and nice to me, and then 2, 3 months later, they're not having a good day, and they take that slice of my heart in front of me, and they fucking get a blowtorch and dice it up and throw it in a blender. Oh, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I could spare that. My heart already grew back. It already came back. By the time you did that with that piece, my heart was in. I'm good. Like, okay, I gave them that. I gave them that much trust, and they smashed it. So the door's closed. That's it. I already knew. You should. I will walk out. I give somebody 100% complete trust, and they walk all over me. They dance over me. What's that Irish dance? That's how they be tap dancing on my ass. So I'm done with doing that kind of thing anymore. It's personally. No, I'll see. I'll see. I'll test. It's just sensing. I guess test is a bad word in this context. I'm sensing, I'm feeling, getting the feel. I need to see the truth. I need to see an event in reality that hasn't been manipulated or concocted or forced. So information just needs to be able to be shared. And sometimes I've even done this in my past. Somebody I didn't fully, I got some cards on the person and it said brother in darkness. So, huh. Well, there's only one person I consider a brother right now in my life. This is years ago. And so I go and I said, okay. I tell the person something about myself, something I'm willing to, I don't care what people do with it, go ahead. I looked at it easy enough. And nobody else knew it. Secret, secret, secret. And I tell the one person who I thought it was. And I said, don't tell anybody. I didn't tell nobody else. And then through the grapevine, I start hearing people talk about it. And I hear rumors that they got the story off at this point. But they shared it all right. That's all I needed to know. I got my proof. I got my proof. I don't need to confront them. I don't need to go back. I know exactly what happened. Now that I know the truth, why do I need to go try to tell a liar what they lied about or how they got caught? When the liar is ghosted and has no more advantage of taking advantage of me, well, then they just lost. That's the loss. That's the loss. Gone. If you realize the gold that you are, you will realize the value of your presence And when somebody disrespects that presence, it's time to move on. Take that golden gift that you have in your heart and give it to somebody else. And if they smash on it, move to somebody else and keep fucking move. This is where I will give some advice. I will keep fucking moving till you find that motherfucker, till you find that one person who treasures what you give them, who protects what you give them. And now you don't just got an ally, you don't just got a friend, you got family. Now you found family in this motherfucking world. And you can choose that, and they can choose that. That's a whole nother ballgame. You could spend your time like I used to, trying to save everybody. Or you could just learn to accept reality and say, damn, I gave them the fucking showers of heaven. I gave them the fucking rainbow, like all the fucking treasures, and they don't want to move out there. Alright, alright. It's destroying everything. Alright, time to find somebody else. I didn't give away all my treasures. I just get a fraction. I just got a fraction of that stuff. They thought they got the whole kit caboodle. That's why they're going crazy with it. That's why they stopped being nice. Because they got what they wanted. So now that they got what they wanted, now they can treat me like shit. Because as soon as I leave, now they can enjoy what they got all by themselves, which was the plan that they had from the get-go of not just hanging out with me, but with anybody they hung out with. That's who they were. Some people, not all people, but there are people very much with that exact frame of mind and mentality. I wouldn't believe it. If I was younger, I wouldn't believe it. I had to experience this shit firsthand and get smacked in the face and turn the other cheek and get smacked in the face and turn the other cheek and get smacked in the face. And after getting smacked over and over and over, eventually the blurry fucking vision in front, it became a solid picture and I saw what was going on. I was like, oh god damn. It's time to move away from the range of this hand coming back at me from both angles. It's time to dust my feet off and move on. I tell you what, I got an expression with me. I call it, it's simple. You may say, oh, it's not big, but I'm going to explain it out. When I say that I'm going to pack my bags, for me, it's not something I tell people. It's something I say for me in my own mind. When I say I'm packing my bags, I'm getting all my emotions. I'm getting all my energies. Everything I put everywhere, I'm taking it back. Now, if somebody's appreciated it and they're taking care of that, by all means, I'll leave the gift with that person. But if there's somebody they've done wrong, they're not going to take care of what I left them. Oh shit! Energetically, taking back all my shit. I'm packing my bags. I'm packing my energy. I'm packing my gifts up. I'm getting all my fucking energy together because if my 2 feet have to walk without any physical fucking thing, I have my energy with me and I can put this energy into any motherfucking object I want. Simple as that reality. Another saying I use, and it came from somebody else, and I'll be completely honest with you, I'll be completely upfront. This dude said it over and over and over and over and over and over and over to his dog. However, when he said it, his dog came right to his side. Now that's different. Is somebody telling their dog one thing and not getting the results? Hey, stop barking, dog, keep barking. That's different. But this dude would say, right here, right now, no matter how far his dog was away, they run over, they'd be right back by his side. There's one point in my, and he would say this all the time around his dog and stuff. Never bothered me. It's pretty cool about it. I kind of liked it. And and there was one time my brain, my heart, my soul, my body, everything was in a different spot. I was scattered, and I was not living in that situation a year since I'd even seen the guy or anything. And out of nowhere, I just hear inside of my mind, right here, right now. And I just like grabbed my bags, grabbed my soul, grabbed my body, grabbed all my mind, brought it all right here, right now, boom, right into the present. Oh, whew, shit, I was separated. Whew, whew. Damn, I was living in the future, and that was not a real reality. That was fantasy. That wasn't real. That was fake. I wasn't manifesting it. I was, whew, shit. I was in the past. I was worrying about shit I couldn't fucking change. It's already done. Brought that shit back. Right here, right now. I don't got that problem. There's no issue going on. There's no problem happening. Everything's good. We're good. We're good. Right? Think about it. Realistically, realist. Yep. Okay. All right. We're good. We don't have a problem. And it really helped me out. That saying really helped me out. Packing my bags right here, right now. It was not to speak to somebody else. Those were things for me to speak to myself. That was for myself to speak to myself. If we look at memories in a negative feeling, I was going to say in a negative light, if we look at memories through the scope of darkness, of dislike, distemper, well, darkness is darkness. We're not going to see what we're working with. But if we look back at those memories and we've put something positive there, then the light is shown. We can see events. And those events we can pull with us to today, and usually we can learn from every single aspect and every single experience that we have and those that we see other people go through. Your ability to learn is superb. Utilize that to your advantage. They can take everything you have, but they can't take what you know. They can't take what you've learned. They can try. They can put all sorts of events around you to try to make you focus on something else, but everything you've learned in the past you can utilize no matter where you are. I was watching this one nature program, I forget the name of it, had a few different guys, and the guy in particular that I'm talking about, if you watch the show, then you would know, because this particular dude went everywhere barefoot. Snow, woods, summer, hot desert, he went barefoot in it everywhere. It's kind of like, whoa. Anyways, but this dude in particular, he actually said something and it made me go, whoa. Taking that one with me. And he said, the more you know is the less you need. The more you know is the less you need. If you know how to start a fire with a couple of sticks, well, then you could walk out into the woods and be able to start yourself up a fire if it's cold or you want to cook something you caught or have. If not, then you need a physical object, a physical item in placement to be able to facilitate that. For every single thing known is something that could be created in the environment. Tidbit of cool information you may or may not be aware of. But in the medieval days, in the old days, in castles over in Europe and stuff, generally speaking here, when one went to another to invade their castle. They marched their army and all that stuff, their soldiers and knights, they all marched there to the castle. And then they got to a local forest and they cut that bitch down to build the trebuchets and the catapults and the siege towers and the lances that the knights used as well. And so they cut down their own fucking forest, and that's what they fucking attacked them with. They didn't carry all that shit with them. Could you imagine pushing a fucking trebuchet up and down hills and mountains? Fuck, we'll just make it when we get there. You know how to make it? Yeah. I'm good. We good. Good. Well, we'll just make it when we get there, bro. Just bring the saws and the axe and that and this and that. We good. Shit. It's the less you gotta carry. If you're just looking at one little item, it's not much room. But when you're thinking about a journey, it's gonna last for years. Well, it's just gonna run out. How much do I need to know? What do I need to look up? What do I need to be aware of? These are questions you can ask and you can present to yourself. The power of writing something out is immense. This world and age, I'm just not going to touch a lot of. I'm just not going to go there in all these subjects. I could detract very easily. But the written, the pinned word, okay. I used to have a laser printer, and the laser printer is $150 or so, and it'll print like fucking 10,000 pages on one of the things that you buy, and you could print like freaking 20 pages a minute or some crap like that, front and back. It's a great thing. But I was inclined to let go of that at a certain position, transition, like as something that just couldn't fit for the journey, and I left it behind. And so, like my launches and whatnot, I'm writing them down. I'm writing them out. The stuff that I'm going over, new stuff I'm adding in, so forth and so on. I'm writing it out rather than printing it out. I'm writing it out. The power of your writing is immense. And if you have a journal or something of the sort, and if you're worried about information getting out, then you can literally, what I would suggest, if you really want it to be private and you're concerned about people finding it, seeing it, or anything, esoterically, physically, or any other way, get yourself a journal, doesn't matter what color. Then get yourself a red piece of cloth or fabric, good material that you can wrap the book with, and then get black. So you'll cover it with two cloths. The red is going to protect the fucking piss out of it, and that black will absorb 99.9 of the crap coming through. So it's a good wrap in any regard. To write down, what should I learn? How do I discover what I'm the master of? What am I the master of? To write these kind of questions down, to seek answers to your own knowing, to your own being, and to make them written, the spirit, the divines can see it. I'm not talking about your phone or some camera in the room. I'm talking about esoteric, magical, divine, God, angel language. They can pick up these types of vibrations. That's an imprint into the paper that has a vibrational signature because you felt a certain way while you were writing it. And I'll say one for myself. If I ever happen to be writing something and I'm moved to tears, I'm gonna let them tears drop onto that page. That's gonna collect that information. That tear has that has memory. There's that they're going to drop right onto that page. What's up, Nicole? Why not utilize modern advantages? Now, I'm all for cleaner energy. And on that note, I'll say I got a video saved on my favorites. This dude has this wheel. It's a good sized wheel, maybe at least 2 feet in diameter at least. And it has these large block magnets, and he literally like he puts in each magnet because he brings the magnets with him. Puts in each magnet, and then he closes it together because it has a couple clamps that it can open with. And he closes it together, and he puts this little latch on it so that it doesn't come undone. And it literally starts rotating quite immediately, and he hooks a pump up to it. It's a generator, and boom, it's generating energy like that. Like every single freaking house should have one. Every you should have like create. How much does it cost? Two, three, $500. It's not. It's some steel and magnets. That's it. Get yourself a generator, hook it up. You have unlimited. You got power. It's running 24/7. Magnets. Boom. You don't need a fucking water pole. You don't need sun. You don't need this, that. It's fucking running. So I'm all for cleaner energy. Though, if there is a modern convenience that is possible to be used, why not? Why not? It is interesting that we do very much live in a multidimensional, faceted world. And there are people and they choose to live in a certain style. Different groups, like Amish is just one out of many. And if you don't know about the Amish, you have like the Amish, and they don't use electricity or nothing. But then there's at least one other classification, and I don't know the technical verbiage they use for it. But there's another group. They're not like they're Amish, but they use some electronics. Some things they're okay with using, other things they're not. There's certain limits they're okay with accessing things. To each person as they desire to be. See, you think about becoming something, right? I'm going to be a scientist. So then you think you have to act a certain way, and you have to do what every other scientist does, and that's the way. You're your own person. You could pursue what you want. You could do what you want. You're still a scientist. You still got your degree. You still got your profession. You could still add in your flavor of you to that formula, right? Because the moment you lose yourself trying to be the exact replica of something else, you forgot of your true parents. Your true parents are creators, and you are a creator. You're not a replicator, you're a creator. Create child, birth, life, creation of life. We create in the world, and there's a good amount of people when we're growing up, and all we know how to do is really mimic, copy, replicate from what we've seen before. But if we know who we are down to our indwelling intelligence that is truly free and unconditioned, then we can be the alchemist that we choose to be, and we can make a blend of whatever concoction we desire to do. You are a magician. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Your very life is nature, and everything that I've looked up ancient wise as far as magic goes, it simply leads you to the word nature. Magic just goes back to nature. It's nature. We call it magic because we are that far removed from interacting with the earth and the elements that flow through the earth, seen and unseen. That's why we call it magic, because it seems foreign to us. This is natural and familiar. I can walk around, oh, and nobody gonna think anything different. I walk around with my staff here. Ooh, that's a whole different feel. Ooh, shit. It's a completely different feel. Completely different vibration coming off of here versus off of one of these things. This is people like, oh, that's magic. Ooh. Connecting with nature. Wood, copper, feathers, quartz crystals, magnets. Ooh, it's so scary as magic. Oh, but we forget that there's little quartz crystals and gold and other elements in here that allow it to remember and do the amazing stuff that it does. You just had to go through a different process of take this metal and do that to it, and then do this and do that, do this and do that, and scan this and scan that, and do this and do that, and you like, yeah, to figure that out, aliens came and shared some motherfucking secrets with humans. Either that, or they fucked Tesla, wrote everything the fuck out, and that's he designed the ship before it was around. They just gave the fucking they found two bright people in the world and they said, here, try to figure it out. Try to figure it out. Be billionaires if you do. That's what that looks like to me. But there's still people getting new stuff in, and you can very much be one of these people. This is the wonderful thing about magic and connection and divine, because you don't have to have a fucking anything to get in, except a heart of innocence, a heart of love. That'll get you far, get you real far. Because innocence and love doesn't bring aggression, doesn't bring hurt, doesn't bring all that negative, bad bully stuff. And that's the idea of this human life, is to truly shed those animal instincts of mean, mine, oh, I gotta take advantage of you so I'm doing better. To really shed that mentality to truly be at peace, to wish the best for each person. That's it right there. It's not hard to get to peace. It really is. Think about when you were a kid. If you have some innocent memories, if you have that moment of your life where there was just pure being a child, you got some memories there. You remember how you thought. You remember how you went about your day. You remember how you used to play. You could play again. There's nothing wrong with that. Why did I stop playing as a kid? Because people pointed and made fun of me. They said, "Oh, that's not cool. What are you doing that for? Why are you still playing with that?" I don't give a fuck. At this point in my life, I found my kid. My kid is me when I was a little kid. And he gonna have fun every fucking day. I ain't forgetting that little scrapper fun motherfucker. He's right with me. He's gonna enjoy everything. The world is our playground. It doesn't have to be a war zone. It could be a playground to have fun. If I have fun, you have fun, that's bad. The world's gonna go round. I, I say I don't know why, but I do know why. So out of my own, oh, there's a word for it, but it eludes me at the moment. Out of me just being me. I don't know what caused people to be so follow me, I got the answer kind of person. I know in the beginning it was supposed to be a good thing. And somewhere things just got completely lost and smashed and dashed to pieces. This world went to put in some way or some form. And that was the only peace I could find really is finding my child, myself. Those early years of my life of innocence and remembering the worries that I did not have. And so all I got to do is bring that mentality from the past into the present. Because I'm still that person. I can still access my own mentalities, whether I thought that way years past or yes, I can do that's mine. I can pull those memories back. I got that. So that's a happiness. That's a state of mind that I couldn't just shift with reason. I couldn't shift my state of concern with reason. I had to do it just by being a kid. Not everybody was a nice kid when they were growing up. You know? But people with a good heart, they had a good heart from the start. I know that much. And anything foul that came out of them along the way, that was because of the people they were around. That's what they had to do to survive the environment they were in. If they would have acted the way their heart wanted to, they would have got smashed to the grass. They knew nice guys finish last. Seen little Jim going to, bah! Yep, can't do that. Okay, I want to make it across the street. So people do what we have to do in order to survive where we live. It's another big reason of not telling, at least for myself, not telling people, oh, you gotta do it this way, you gotta do it that way, you have to change this, only do it the way I said it. I don't know what you're living with through and through. I don't know who your neighbor is, your mom is, your friends are, I don't know what you got going on every day and every moment, so you're gonna have to make that call. It might be exactly what I said. You might have to adapt it to something with what you're going. It's you got to make that call. You got being able to do that. That's like you going live play. Life is happening. It's not just a test. It's an experience. It's an experience. And once we conquer something, we don't have to go through it again. It's already conquered. It's like playing a video game. Even if you go through the through the old level, you beat that boss. So that boss is not there. You already took him out. You just run through the area. And in life, when we learn our lesson, we conquered that boss. That boss was the hard lesson, the rough memory. We got done dirty, blah this, blah that. What did I need to learn? That I can survive that shit, and not just survive it, I can fucking land on my feet and thrive after it. I was put on this world to say I can conquer my obstacles. Same for you. And you can. You can. Just because they seem like they special or got a badge behind their face or anything. I just want you to picture that person you think's all important. And just imagine them sitting on the toilet taking a dump. You think they got gold coming out their ass? You think their shit smells like roses? Fuck no. They shit just like you and me. Ain't no motherfucking shit. It ain't different. So how are they any goddamn special? What you done that's so damn special, huh? You saved some lives. Did you go to war? Did you did some different shit now? Well, some people they do deserve that respect through and through. Other people they trying to demand something that don't belong to them whatsoever. Those are the ones. Keep an eye out for those ones. Some of the greatest people I've met in my life have been the most humblest individuals because they could connect with other people. It wasn't just the position, it wasn't just the placement, it wasn't just this or that or money. They were doing a lot of good. Our world is full of good people and others with really ill intentions. And all I can do is support those who have a loving heart. I know how to send that positive energy out, so I'm happy and I appreciate you being here on the live with me and watching and jamming and chatting and putting the comments in the comments and the hearts and all that good stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because again, we're not alone. My little bro here, he tell me every single day, man, today's the best new day. Today's the best day ever. And every single day he would say that. And he's like, I'm sure you're getting tired of me saying that, so I'm not going to say that anymore. And I said, no. I said, if that's the truth, and that's how you feel, say it. You remind me. I need to be reminded that somebody's having a freaking another great day. Let's hear the good going on. If it's not, if that's not how you feel, then you don't say that. Let me know you're not doing good. You always send some good energy and chat, and I want to be real. But if you feeling great, today's the new greatest day of your life. Fuck yeah, bro. That sounds like a crow to me. I wasn't hearing them too much. I don't know. I was hearing them a little bit, but usually I hear this other little bird in the mornings, and his his song is very very familiar to me. I didn't hear him today. Crows are pretty territorial. I know that much. Oh, I know that much. And birds. Here's the thing about birds, okay? And a lot of animals, period, migratory animals, but especially birds, because we've had some, anyways. But they follow the electromagnetic field of the Earth. They pick up different fields going on in the weather and with the planet, and that's what they fly and follow. There's been like birds have flown into a wall, and a whole mass of them died. Um, it's because the electromagnetics, something was going on our world that threw that signal off, and that signal told them that that's where they're supposed to go. And so they ignored everything else and flew on their migratory route right into the freaking building. They followed their senses beyond their eyes. Well, a lot of times those buildings, fucking glass windows and whatever, reflective or something, whatever the case. But what I'm getting at is that your electromagnetic resonance, when it is active, if it is stable and constantly broadcasting, the birds can pick that up really good. The animals will pick it up too, otherwise. For instance, I was carrying D here, my staff. I named my staff D, and I got this guy over here. This is the crocodile, specifically from Pan. There's a little crocodile. You know, so he's on there. I got pink. I got my leopard here, but but uh, but I was carrying D in the morning, and I was homeless at the time, and I was heading to the place that I go to early in the morning, and I was headed to the temple at no, anyways, I was headed where I was going early in the morning, and in the shadow of being cast on the ground from my staff, it looked like a freaking alligator, crocodile, whatever. It looked like a freaking alligator to me. I was like, whoa, that's interesting. And then all the way up north, like practically darn near button up to Canada, and we get there's a freaking sighting of an alligator, or maybe it was a crocodile, in the area. No shit. I was like, that we don't. Those aren't where we're at. They're not here. And so it's interesting that I had seen that. I had seen the energy, and essentially, they were being drawn to my energy. It will attract. It will change animals' migratory paths. Stellar Logic TV. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been working on this for a while, for quite a while. Michelle's Michelle's odd, cool name. Uh, Said I'm literally drinking water with a pinch of salt from the Sea of Cortez. Got it a couple of days ago. My grandma was from Mexico, and her last name originally, before she married my grandfather, was Cortez. And literally, my bloodline goes directly to Cortez. Literally, on one side of my family. That's pretty cool. Whoa, that's interesting. Yeah, we could throw out a couple readings. Did you want a reading still haunted? Alright, we'll pull a couple cards for you, sure, bro. Well, Southside Johnny, I tell you this much. We're still going to be here for another hour today. We will be live again at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's -4 GMT if you're in another part of the world. But that's 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we go over essentially for about 2 hours consistently. We go over a slew of blessings in ancient languages, and they are blessings. They do have their appropriate translations, and so. But I read over those pretty quick, or else I'd be reading for 4 hours straight. um, and, uh, and we'll be doing this jam again tomorrow for another 5 hours, 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. For that, though, I'm going to grab the cards, but I will throw this out one for you, though. Because I started all over again, so I'll do this much for you. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You are very much an electromagnetic individual. That electricity is lit and active when your emotions are in flow. The magnetism is what you choose to do every single day, that which you will either draw to you or push away from you. If you accept it every day in your life, this is the magnetism you are accepting to attract. If you are rejecting it at every opportunity that comes to you, then this is what will stay away from you in your life. Create your future. You are a creator. You were born from a creator. We are all from a creator. We are children of father and mother creator, and thus we are creators, and we can change our future. You're only stuck to fate or destiny if you continue to do the same action in the same environment. The moment you decide to change, you changed your future. You altered the course of events. You made a new path forward. Let's get some cards pulled for Still Haunted.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do it just because I feel like doing it, but maybe I'll get different like things for different parts of the program, of the show, of the hanging out. Well, like changing the cap, you know? Boom. Okay, that's like one thing we started doing. Yeah. Yeah, that was like, yeah, we need to do something like that, like some part of the freaking program, you know, like I don't know, boat to boat, you know, because we got Pan's boat now. We got our own boat, guys. We're not lost anymore. I think we found a map or two. Who knew heaven was a party boat? Oh, I'm being silly. I've never actually been sailing. I've been on boats. I've been out to the deep ocean, deep sea fishing. Uh, I've been on a party boat, but not a cruise ship. No. At this point in my life, I am not attracted to cruise ships at all. I know, not my flavor. But I think it would be cool to live on a boat. It doesn't have to be a big boat, it could be a small boat. But I might just like stay there for the rest of my life if I like it enough. Some people get a waterbed. Shit, you're on a boat, it's always gonna be a little bouncing.
Now, I don't exactly always remember people I gave ratings for, but if you're getting more than one reading from me, like if you're getting one every day or one every other day or something like that, it's just gonna stack up on you. You should really be taking notes. This ain't play reading. Um, so just be aware of that if you do ask for readings consistently. Okay, the first card we have here is the Seven of Ankhs, but upside down. And so what we're getting in this one is reality, clarity, lack of options, sobriety, avoiding issues, decisiveness, consciousness, obscurity, dimness, hidden traps. There's a whole bunch in there. So apply what you connect with there. Maybe not all of those words apply to your situation, maybe only a few that you really connected with and felt. Utilize, connect with that. This brings us to our next card that from that position, from being in that state of being, you can get here to the Chariot. And with the Chariot, the driver of the vehicle needs strength, concentration, and caution. What he has left lies behind him in a fiery light. It still occupies him and does not allow him to freely move forward. The star with its 8 rays at the blue ball in the middle lead him to his goal, which lies in the future. His head has 3 faces, simultaneously orientating him forwards, to the left and to the right. His robe protects him, both armor and pomp, gold and blue. With his staff he unites the forces that pull forward, which could not be more different. The chariot starts moving with heavy wheels. The 2 wild animals follow the white bull in the shape of a diamond. Now the construct of the two on the leading the chariot here is the ability of the driver to be able to bring in opposing things, 2 things that are completely opposing, and being able to find a unity within them. These two, being white and black, couldn't be more different from each other. Completely different interests, completely different styles of characters, completely all different. These two up here, and yet they're brought together harmoniously for one purpose. And if you follow that, if you're guided in that form, if you take those words and actually apply them, this next card will pop up for you, this opportunity in life, which is a new partner. And this brings out that a chance meeting is no mistake. It is divinely orchestrated as a catalyst to set the wheels in motion for the fruition of your prayers. Pay careful attention to new people we send into your life. You will recognize them by your sense of familiarity, comfort, and safety. Boom, boom. I mean, like, bro, from these two, like, got some restriction. Like, we're like, yo, there's restriction. You don't like. I talk about options all the time. It's like you don't have that many options. You're pretty restricted. This one's like you're still restricted, but it's got the wheels of the chariot, and then this one doesn't have any doesn't have any wheels at all in it, and it's talking about get the wheels moving. I like that. I like that. So stay focused on your path. If you're whichever stage, whichever point you're at in that journey, continue forward with where you're headed, or really make those decisions with a limited amount of space around you to move. Really think about those options that you do have. Really, really, is that one worth it? This one, bad, good, pros, cons, list them, compare them, evaluate, and that'll let you be able to make a proper decision to move forward and you've definitely got the strength in you to succeed. That's for sure. On the Chariot card, you definitely got the strength to be able to pull in the assistance, the literal power to create a proper future that you're actually looking for, and you will be led to those correct people that are family as you continue in living one vibrational energy, your love, your joy. That's going to resonate your magnetism into that polarity more and more and more, and it'll draw those people around you. Super welcome, super welcome. Mr. Ball Hats. I don't know. Ball hates. I don't know, but I'll call you Mr. Ball. Said never actually saw one of these readings before. Huh. When I do readings in particular, I'm always going to want even I. There's one deck and cards they can point out that something really bad's going to happen, or in the process of happening, whatever the case. But in all the readings that I personally do, it definitely has the oracle touch in it, and the oracle touch is going to provide a solution, a way to adapt, an ability along with whatever situation is brought up. So it's not just telling you what's happening, but it's going to tell you what you need to do to be able to do that. And I love doing readings for people because it's amazing how the cards wind up including, like, they connect together. There's one day in particular, I've got 5 decks in front of me, but I pulled from 3 for that reading. And 2 decks in particular, this one day, I pulled 2 of the same cards from each deck. One, it was the Fool card, and the other one is the Ani card or whatnot, but they were both the same. They're the same card, respectively, in each deck for the same reading. And so it's really, it's just, I have cards wind up doing that, and I've had a gift with this, and so at least on the lives here, the way I do it like this, I don't even ask a question. I don't have to get no details. You don't have to give no details, and I just, if you can donate, and great. I got my GoFundMe connected to my YouTube account, and if not, that's not a biggie. I ain't tripping out about it. Um, and when it gets close enough to paying rent for the next month or whatnot, I'll start asking for donations or whatever. I'll probably spend the whole time doing readings, trying to raise donations or whatever to cover next month or whatever. But until that moment comes up, I just, do what we do. I like to keep things chill. I'm not the business guy. I know how to just have fun and be me, and I found out, that's enough in life. That's enough for each person in the world, is just to be themselves. We spend our whole life trying to be somebody else and live up to their dreams and match their expectations. I can't do what you want me to do. Why don't you go do it if you know how to? You got the idea so well. If you fail to execute your dreams, that's not on me. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to be me and who I am. Now, especially if you're a relative, or, someone I would consider maybe a past incarnation of myself into who I am now, and you failed at something, Well, that's why I got the gumption not to follow you because I know my past self failed at follow through. So why the hell am I going to take advice from my old version that doesn't know how to follow through but just thinks they know how to do everything? If I'm the one playing the damn video game, I'm going to decide which way that character's going to run. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, when I was a little kid, not any, when I was a little kid, I'd invite somebody over to play video games. I'd say, you go here, do that, do this. I call it a backseat video gamer. That's what I call it. I don't know what anybody else calls that, but that's what I call it. I was being a backseat video gamer. I was telling people how to do it and just let them play. Let them do what they're going to do. Get some popcorn, chill up, stretch out. Let them do it. They die 15 times in a row and they can't get past the same spot. You want some advice? No? Okay. They're playing. Let them have their experience. Awesome, Nicole. Let me fill my coffee up again on that note. Here is something that helped me understand the territory of other people. A person who falls into the category of a bully who puts somebody into a situation to where they feel anxious, worried, concerned, or stressed. This person is actually very consciously aware that by stressing you out, by making you anxious, by causing you to think about unnecessary worries and woes of your life, unnecessary. If they can get you stuck there, then you will never be able to think your way into a solution. You'll never be able to navigate that because your thoughts and your energy will go, it's constantly frazzled. That's what it's doing. And you can't be stable when that's fucking happening. I mean, like hummingbirds can, right? They got two wings, they can do it. But really, it's kind of going in this kind of a pattern. It's not just going back and forth. They actually have a fucking like figure eight pattern going on with their wings. That's how they can fucking fly, actually. Anyways, they know that by keeping your nerves frazzled, that you can't get a fucking stable footing. Okay? Now that you know this, you can fucking detach from that shit. Completely detach. Because in a calm state of being, you're going to think of something you never considered before. It works. Try it. Try it one time. Give it an honest, true try. And you're going to get something that pops into your mind and in, or into your heart. And you're about, holy shit, I never thought about that before. Huh. And then you're not going to be frazzled on your nerves and you're going to be like, shit, I got to figure out this thought because that's how to fucking do it. I'm onto it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Boom. You're going to find that golden thread of a life in the peace and calm. It's a frequency, that golden thread that we talk about. in our blessing in the morning at the very end, that golden thread, it's found in a state of complete, utter peace. So just be aware of that. This is what the world does, whether it be a person or the whole world is aware that we don't grab our independence nor our liberty if we stay emotionally disturbed by something. A warrior knows that in the fight, a properly trained warrior knows that in the fight and in the conflict, there's no time for panicking. We got to make decisions. We have to fucking follow the plan, the route. We got to adjust here. That dude knows this. That dude says this. That one does that. We fucking know shit. We're not running in there. Oh my god, what's happening? The fucker's gonna die. Not only is he gonna die, is she gonna die. The person next to him's probably gonna die. We can't deal with that. We got bigger things going on than to worry or be concerned about somebody else's emotions. Perhaps it's money. Perhaps it's money and it's paying bills. I'd like to let you know that not only do I read to him, read his piece, but I also actually have his piece up on my altar as well. His image, his likeness, anyways. And his name is Kubera. And Kubera essentially is a sovereign divine being over all precious stones and metals, anything that would equate into money. He has the ultimate right over all of it. He can change wealth. He could change which families possess it and which ones don't. Kubera is a divine energy that no human can touch, though we can connect with. So just be aware that we call him into reality every single day. He's around. His name's Kubera. If you want to look up information on him, this is actually a very interesting story. And you can plug in his name. I'm going to type it right here into the chat log here. Kubera. Very interesting fellow. Things can change miraculously out of nowhere. I don't know how it happens. And I got a good inkling. But the Spirit somehow provides me exactly what I need when I need it. Not too much, not too little. Sometimes I need to experience a little bit more, so I get extra less. Extra less. Much more. I don't get so much at all. I get a very tiny amount. But I get exactly what I need. Generally speaking, right at the end, right at the crunch time. Right when everything's going haywire, I'm like, crap, how am I going to make it? How am I going to get there? How am I going to survive this? How am I going to make, how am I going to move all my stuff out? How's this all? I'm driving myself nuts for 3 weeks. Worried for 3 weeks. And inside of my head, the entire time I hear, you'll be saved. Somebody will come through right at the end. That's what I kept getting. Somebody will come through right at the end. And with 5 days to go of losing everything I had and being tossed out on the street, this dude walks into the shop I'm working at, drunk off his ass. This just wasted. And the dude's like, you need a place to crash? You need a place to stay, bro? You can come stay at my place. Lives a mile down the road. Dude calls me at the shop the next day and he goes, bro, I know I was drunk, but I'm calling to let you know I was serious about that offer. You got a place if you need it. I said, shit, I'll start moving in on this day or whatever. He said, all right. Boom. Right at the end, it came through. I worried for 3 weeks for no good reason. The next time the spirit told me to do that, I'm literally at home playing video games, and I got like less than a month, maybe a month or less. I got no out, I got no in, I got no nothing. I'm screwed. I got nothing. I tried to manifest everything I could. I'm done. I had the time to do it too. I had the season and everything, and the spirit said, same thing. It won't come in. Don't worry about it. This won't. Don't worry about it. So this time, the second time, I said, okay, fine. I said, first time I worried. Second time, I'm literally sitting there playing video games, and I'm like, you said not to worry. You said not to worry, so I'm just playing some video games. Like, I don't know what else to do right now. And that particular juncture, I wound up taking a walk to the gas station. I had enough money to get a pack of cigarettes at the time, and I said, yeah, I'm gonna go get me a pack of cigarettes. Fuck it. I'm out. I'm gonna lose it. I was screw it. I'm gonna go get me a pack of smokes. Fuck it. So I walk up to the gas station. It's just off of Route 66, by the way. Is the gas station was on Route 66. That's how close I live to it. And I'm walking home. I got about 2 blocks to make it, maybe a block and a half to get home. And somebody pulls over. He said, "Jump in. I'll give you a ride home." I said, "It's all right. I'm right there." It snowed that day. They said, "I'm your." It said, "Yeah, I know. I'm your neighbor." I said, "Oh, okay." I never met him before. I jump in the vehicle, hang out with them at their place for a little bit. They're like, "Oh, you need a place to stay?" They walked me to the back room. They said, "We got a room right here. You stay right there." I said, "Are you serious?" So yeah, my husband will be home later on. I'll talk to him and come back by tomorrow. And if he's cool and everything, yeah, sure. I went back the next day. Husband was cool with me. Moved in. I think either that day or the next day. I think it was the next day I started moving in. Maybe that day. I don't know. Whenever. But I got things ready and started moving. Just happened. Just happened. Whether I worried or whether I did not worry. Whether I put on ceremony, prayer, jam, whatever you want to call it, for hours on end with candles and incense, or whether I just did my regular morning and evening. At that time, I was doing morning and evening blessings, but that wasn't online. So, and I was doing that, and still worked out. So now I don't worry. Now I'm not concerned. Now, if the worst of the worst happens, well, I guess that was my time to move forward into whatever direction that was supposed to be. But I don't see that. That was a old. It was an old reality. But that don't. I created a new reality for myself because I knew that the only way that I survive and I make it in this world is by being part of the community. And that old scripture says, "Be no part of the world." I got it. That part of the handbook said, "Don't join anybody's fucking group." That's all it said. By saying "be no part of the world," you can't do that physically because then you'd be in outer space, right? I mean, you got a starship. Anyways, be no part of. Don't join their fucking group. Don't join. What? Did they got a group for something? Don't join it. What did the dude do? Did he say, "Hey, everybody, come join my group. I got a new group. We calling it this one. This is the word we're using. This is our group. This is our slogan. This is our mission statement. This is what God told me to do, and this is what we do." No, no, that's not what the fucking dude said. But somehow that's what everybody got in their head. And the reason why they don't think about that in their day to day life is because they got money, money, money. money, blocking all of that reason, blocking all of that true stuff deep down inside, all that shadow stuff. My brain is going there. Somebody needs to hear it. I was younger in life, and when I was growing up at a younger age, I would, hanging out with somebody, and maybe they had like a piece, maybe they were eating something or drinking something or whatever the case, and they got something, on their cheek, or maybe there's something in their hair, or maybe something's like out of place on their face, or something like messed up, a mark or whatever the case. Shouldn't be there. And my mom, she really gave me the lesson to where it instilled it in me that a real friend is going to be like, hey, bro, just let you know, you got something on your face right here, whatever the case. You can look in the mirror, whatever. However, to look at somebody and let something truly just be messed up, like in that sense, literal, physical. I'm not metaphorically meaning this or any other way. I'm being very literal. Um, but to be hanging out with somebody and let them have something on their face that's out of place or whatnot, food on this thing or whatever, and then let them go and interact with somebody else. I've I've definitely had it. So I was like, man, I had that on my face all day long. Dang, that's how I looked all day. Shit. I feel got that weird feel, man. It's so weird. Should I do that sometimes to myself today? I go look in the mirror and I'm like, oh my god, that is how I look. I like that's cool. Whatever. I just surprise myself. I don't think about it. I don't. And most of the time I'm trying to not look directly at the camera. I'm trying to look a little bit left, a little bit right, a little bit up. I don't want to necessarily stare at my own picture for 5 hours. Just don't get me wrong or anything. I appreciate you. I love you. I'm just myself. I'll try to connect with you rather than just me. Oh, um, so how like I might be changing the subject or whatever, but how like you walk around and you be chatting with yourself, be having like just external dialogue or something. I don't know if you do. I do. I definitely do. Fuck, I do it all day long. Shit, I have enough spirits visiting me. I fucking got. I talk all day long. Nobody needs to be around. It's okay. I know that they're not real. I know they don't have a body. There's nothing they're gonna move or do in this world. Just I was just telepathically connecting, kind of thing. But I had it in my mind. I was like, I really kind of don't worry about people saying that, oh, you're talking to yourself, oh, you're talking to yourself or something. I'd be like, bro, why don't you go ahead and pull up my log on YouTube? Because for three, I don't know, most of the time I wind up talking for, I read for 2 hours and I talk for 3 hours and I might have looked at a comment or two, but I wasn't my fuel to keep going. So I got plenty in the noggin to keep going. Like, I figure stuff out one way or another. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna comment on this one. I might be missing the mark, Michelle. So you can feel free to correct me, if I'm off here. Either way. But Michelle put such a. It's really lovely that you used to being in a spaceship as opposed to being not here. So in a massive construct, okay, I've felt like throughout my life I've been creating a time machine, but it doesn't look, it doesn't sound, it doesn't move like people would think it does. It's energy, it's crystals, electromagnetics, chakras, all of this kicking in together, unified into one actual occurrence and not divided up in a bunch of books and countries and regions completely separated, but all of it active at once. And and so in that, I had somebody walk into my room once, and this not where I am, in another place, and they said, "Whoa, it's like a tomb," and I was like, "Actually, yes, you're correct." Now I forget the word off the top of my head, but I had this idea, and then I found on the Hindu side of things that they got a word, they got a whole understanding, a whole process of this literal construct that I had. So I'm just going to explain it. You can accept it or you can reject it. Recorded or not, I believe that the tombs were not simply intended for the death process alone. I believe that they were meant as a temporary residence, so as to put them in a room that would allow them to be in the room of the Divine Mother. A room, rooms, whatever, filled with nothing but divine information, which is going to it's going to change how they think. It's going to create different thoughts with the door closed behind them and with food and everything they need to do what they need to do. They're going to come out after a set amount of time and open the door. And when the pharaoh, when the king, when the shaman, when the met, when they walk out, they're going to be a different person. They're going to have different thoughts. They would have put different things together because they would have been restricted like a newborn fetus in the womb of the mother. This is why all the shamanic, the gurus, all of these individuals around the world essentially understand the very accuracy of my words because there's a lot of shit going on in the world. They're trying to get to the mental state of a child. When one is between the ages of three to, well, it varies, but 3 to 7. 5 is more so on the mark, but around there, man, that fucking brain is hungry to learn. It can process languages at rapid rates beyond this rate of learning of an adult. Okay, there's processing that can occur on a subconscious level that just kicks in with the brain. That means we can bypass learning 1, 2, 3. We can just get into quantum fucking realization and copy the fucking program, and boom, it's rewritten. Now it's a new character that's acting, not just a false character, a true character from within that's being able to be expressed. Okay, this is what allows the change, the transformation stage of the embodiment of Shiva. And all of these are they're not just gods, they're not just divine beings, they're states of mind, heart, and energy resonance that we can get into. So Shiva has the capacity, while in his resonance, to vibrate through destruction or through transformation. In our past, as people, key individuals in the world have been able to take the stage, they have taken the stage as the form of Shiva in destruction. I am telling you, if you have not paid attention or understood, I am in the state of Shiva, though I am in the form of transformation. I do not want to move to destruction. I can shift that, I can aim that destruction wherever the fuck I need to, but I rather transform than destroy. I like the idea of renaissance. I like the idea of improvement. I like the idea of controlled demolition. Bring down that building. It was old, outdated. Let's get a new one up in its place. It's going to facilitate a whole lot more, whatever the case or structure for what's best for people in the area. You get the drift. So that change that you want to create, literally, I'm fueling it. I say we, divines included, are fueling that transformation through the heart of the meek, through the hearts of the loving. These ones have the keys to our future. These ones should be making the decisions for our species. But nice guys finish last in this world, at least they have. And so we flip in that script by sending the proper energy to the proper ones. Balance. Balance. For power, so as to affect our world, should not remain in the hands of someone that has a destructive nature about themselves. I ain't saying me. I ain't saying me. I'm just saying you look at the characteristic of a person and they're going to build life, happiness. How many times does somebody say, oh, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to change that, that's the first one I'm going to do? And then they get in office because we all voted them in and they don't do a goddamn thing they said they were going to do. They flip the script and do something else. Oh, my God. Hypocrites. There should be something in place for hypocrites. I do everything different. I admit that. Shit, you gonna put me in a box? Even if it's not me, I'll do it just to show you that I don't fit in your box. Whatever your category you want to stick me, I'm gonna fly out of that. I'm gonna do something else and something else and something else. You just wait. I'll visit you in your dreams or something. We'll shatter that reality, whatever you had. We'll break something new open. Let your mind go on a new journey. I've been on lots of wonderful journeys. I'm not saying a bad journey, good journey, good journey. Heart, love, happy, good, positive feelings. Um, but I've been on lots of journeys, and the soul has lots of stuff to experience in this world. And as I mentioned, with the experience, boom, you can get the wisdom. If all you got is a bunch of books read, that ain't no experience. It's kind of funny, the construct of a princess stuck up in a tower. And then being a hermit for a while, for a good long while. Kind of feel like he's stuck up in that tower. But then the spirit shows up and saves your ass. Gives you all kinds of intuitional connections and answers that you never thought of before. And you're like, holy crap. It opens up doors and pathways. And that's a journey. That's a journey. That's some experience. It's not just reading a book. It's not just seeing a movie. Shit, I lived that for years. Self-imposed isolation. I didn't want to hang around other motherfuckers. I didn't want their influence. I saw what people were doing around me. I saw the way they lived. I walked into their homes. I saw how they did not take care of their things. I saw how they did not do this and did not. I saw the way animals were not properly. I saw enough firsthand to thank my mama every single motherfucking day of my life that she fought through her life to instill morals and values in me that would last me to the end of my days. So, because if she didn't, I'd be living just like they were. I'd be acting in life just like they were. I'd be unaware of things going on just like them, and I'd be bumbling through life. Fuck bumbling through anything in this life. I want to be an arrow. I want to fly to my destination. And if that means missing some things here or missing some things there, good. I wasn't aiming for that. That wasn't my destination. That was somebody trying to pull me off my track. But I magnetized my direction. I lived one vibrational energy. I stayed attuned to my vibration of love, and it's going to get me where I was headed. And that's why nothing is going to pull me to the side ever. It hasn't. It can't. It doesn't. It's tried. Can't work. Doesn't win. I'm going to keep going forward. I know where I'm aiming. All the way into the next life. And to enjoy this one every single day that I can, and to help all that I can, to encourage all that I can, and to find family in complete strangers. That's some real stuff right there. For me, that's it. That's looking for family. That blood family, they proved ill enough, and I'll leave it there. So to new family, to chosen family. You know what? There's a new idea I've heard over and over: chosen one, chosen one, chosen one. You know how many people that leaves out? I don't know how many people we got on the planet, so go ahead and say I'm wrong, but you can look it up and be specific. But I'm just going to go with 7 billion people. So that means 6 billion 999,000 people aren't the chosen one. So could we say chosen family? It's a chosen family. I'm gonna choose my family. I choose my family. And I know my family, at least if they're a fucking troll, they come up, they're like, I'm a troll. This is what I do. I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Well, you could be family because you could at least admit what you are. If you can't even admit what you are, well then you're running from the truth so much. We absolutely we ain't gonna connect at all. We 2 different sides of the spectrum there. That ain't gonna work. Remember the whole be evenly yoked. And I find the most basic thing for an even partnership, friendship, family, whatever, however the dynamic is truth. Truth. Not truth to be abusive, but truth to say, hey, this is who I am. I'm going to keep fucking up. Oh, well, thank you. At least I know. So when I see that, I don't have to be bogged down with my mind. Oh, I have to help every time. I have to help every time. I have to help every time. I have to explain to them, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Well, that's going to drive me fucking crazy, and I'm going to fucking get out of my life. I don't want you around my life. But if you can be honest with who you are, then I don't need to fix you. You know what you are. If you change, you'll make that change just by your own being and wanting, whatever. I'm sure our influence will have some type of dynamic where that, there'll be some type of positive influence of a growth there, maybe. But at least I fucking know. At least I'm not opening up a Jack in the Box going, hey, you're supposed to be this way. Oh, fuck. Something totally different jumped out the box. I was not expecting fucking firecrackers to go pop, pop, pop in my face. Shit, I would have got back a few feet and lit it outside and done it outside. That's a new idea. A Cracker Jack box. Anyway, one of those, but if fireworks jump out at the end of it, that'd be pretty cool. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out. Just popped in my head. Look, here's an idea. I'm just gonna spit it out. Take it or leave it. Use it or don't. I don't care. Get a piece of paper. Doesn't have to be a journal. Doesn't have to be nothing special. And write down your favorite moments in movies. It doesn't have to be personal. Doesn't have to be any. You don't want to leave like personal information around because mom or dad or brother, whoever's around the house, right, might read it. Fair enough. Fair enough, right? All right. All right. So I've actually done this. So write down like all the funny parts of the movies, like even the time spots that they are, because you'd be watching a movie and you'd be like, whatever, and you might be reminded, oh, that's a real funny portion, and so you got like between 1 to 3 pages filled up, at least one solid page, if not front and back of the first page, and so you fill it up with all the funniest jokes you've heard, that you like, comedians, stand up, funny moments in life, things that bring you comedy but aren't hurting anybody. And so, like, boom, write all that stuff down. And now read that at least, I was going to read at least twice a day. Check it out. Even if you just scan over it, I'm not saying you have to read every word, but, even if you scan, oh yeah, oh yeah. Then at any moment that somebody's trying to get your nerves frazzled, that they're trying to throw blame on you or emotion, or they're trying to do the raw thing, rawr, rawr, I'm raw, and you have to be ooh ah, right? Moment like that in life. Just remember all those jokes on that paper. Just remember all those scenes in that movie. Take your mind and your heart, pack those bags, and while you're in the flesh, in the moment where the other person is going rah rah rah, put yourself right there in all that comedy, and don't explain yourself. That's the big one. Don't explain it at the end. Let them wonder whatever they want, because you just got out the rabbit hole that they are stuck in every day, every night, every morning of their existence. They can't get out of it. They try to drink it. They try to oppress people. They try to do all sorts of nasty shit that they don't tell anybody. That's why they gotta be Mr. Because at home, they're a little bitch and they hate being reminded of it. And when you start laughing, you start reminding them of it. And if you say anything, you'll push too far. If you don't say anything, then there's only mystery and question marks in the air, and nothing is going to come back. They're going to lose their shit because they're going to be wow, 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 and you're going to be fucking laughing to yourself. They're stuck in that. That's their life every day. Not yours. If you choose it, then that's your life. If you don't choose to participate in it energetically, your magnetism is not active, their energy's solo. Their energy is all their own. Nothing's connecting to you. There's nothing on to connect with. Leave them in the dust. Start your engines, my fellow angels, my fellow divine beings, my fellow titans of the fucking dark. God damn, rev them engines up in this world. Your energy alone changes the dynamics. Let them know you're not wed to the ire that they chose to be. I love you, my brothers. I love you, my sisters. I love you, my friend fellow. May you have a wonderful, blessed day. We'll be live again tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's -4 GMT. And if you're in another part of the world, much love, many blessings. And if you stay live just for about maybe 30 seconds more, but I did not look at the comments much at all today. And if you would like to shoot me an email, I have not checked my email in a couple of days, but there it is in the comments. So feel free to shoot me an email. I'll check my emails today and go through those and respond and so forth and so on. Much love, many blessings. Till we chat with you tomorrow. Donna Day Hawaii.